Ladies and gentlemen, it is Saturday. We made it this time for real. It's Saturday. Here we are. We're doing it all over again. We have so much to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad I'm here as well, because it would be awkward if you're here and I'm not here. Wouldn't really work out. Guys, I hope you're having a good week, okay? We had Midweek Madness on Thursday. That was fun. But I still want to make sure that you guys are all right, okay? So I hope your week is going okay. It's a good weekend. We're all chilling. The sun is out. I don't know if the sun is out where you are, but over here in London it is, so cheers. Wait, what's Saturday? Asked Roland. Well, you know, it's that day, the end of the week. Saturday, like, what's the best weekend day, right? Let's be honest here. Let's discuss this for a minute. You could argue it's Friday evening, right? You know, like Friday evening, you're like, finally, Jesus Christ, you're gonna sleep like a baby. Saturday is fun, but you know that work is just around the corner again. It's just around the corner, and it catches up on you. It's like in that movie, It Follows, right? You know what I mean? Where like this thing creeps up on you. It never stops. That's how the weekend feels. So anyway, we have to be thankful for what we have. Giovanni Agnelli with the 5, for example. Very thankful for that. Goals. Yes. Yeah. Will Midweek Madness return? That's the question. Are we doing it again this week? If you contribute with a little super chat, then it will. Otherwise, it won't. No Midweek Madness. How would that feel? How would a Thursday or Wednesday night without Midweek Madness feel? Unimaginable at this point. It's unimaginable. Cheers, guys. I'm drinking water. I had a bit of a sore throat, so I'm drinking some water. But I open a bottle of wine in a minute. You guys don't worry, okay? Drinking vodka, says Watkins. Yeah, it's pure vodka, dude. If I drink that in vodka, I could not articulate myself anymore. I couldn't even drink it, I think. I would throw up. Like, I'm always very impressed in a way, like, it's the wrong word. When you see people drinking whole glasses of vodka like this, and they just can drink it like water. It's like, how do you even... I'm like, my whole body, just on the thought of it, is like fighting this idea. So yes, a little bit of water before we go into the wine, okay? It's clearly gin, okay? I can see the speculation in chat going wild what I'm drinking. It really is just water. I always just drink water, to be honest with you. Sometimes I drink juice, right? Because I have kids, so there's juice in the house. So I drink like fruit juice and stuff. But I don't drink pops, okay, as they call them in the United States. I mean, okay, look, every now and then I'm in a restaurant, I drink a Coke or whatever, sure. But I don't drink them on a daily basis. I don't drink sugary drinks. I mean, juice is, I guess, a sugary drink, but none of that. Gin and juice? No, Edward. Monkey's wall color can become another internet phenomenon. Yeah, there have been people speculating about what color it really is. Is it even like a dark green shade? Because the camera is so bad that it might look not like the real color. But you get the second camera now, right? We're leveling up. And there you can see it a bit more, right? I have color corrected this one slightly, so... And it's very close to me as well, look. It's right behind me. I know I'm giving an amazing illusion of the room being much bigger than it actually is. I get that. But it's right here. Look, I'm casting a shadow. Because obviously the studio lighting, there's a huge truss hanging above me with like studio lights on it. And all the trees out there, everything you see out there, that's just studio. Like, it's little leaf arrangements that look like trees. This whole thing is a studio setup. I mean, you guys don't think that I'm sitting in my home, right? Nobody thought that. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. Cheers. It's all fake. It's like the Truman Show. It's really what it is. It's designed to be skeptic. It's what all the decoration and around me it's designed for, so I can deliver the best skepticism in the industry. Because that's what we're going to do tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We have a packed program. Surprisingly, for you guys prepared. That is actually really fun. It's a nice mixture. We're going to talk a little bit about some mysterious sea creature, okay? Like, there's been a mysterious sea creature has been spotted. And not going to lie to you guys, I love sea creatures. I love cryptids and these kinds of... Especially when it's incorporated, like when it's supported by a video. That's my jam, okay? Show me those big sea creatures in the Amazon. So we're going to look at that. We're going to talk a little bit about UFO Fest, which is happening this weekend, and it's such a shame that I can't be there. Is there like a live stream or something? They must do a live stream, right? UFO Fest, that's a futuristic thing. Let me Google it. UFO Fest 2025 live. It's gotta exist somewhere, right? Come on, bro. Let's see. UFO Festival, 150 watching. This is live. But this is just a guy doing... Oh, you can't see it. It's just a guy doing an IRL stream who's like standing there and you can ask him, so are you really at the UFO Festival? Yes, guys, I can confirm I am really at the UFO Festival. It is behind me. It's an event space. I'm not going in. I'm not showing anything, but I'm really here. So any more questions? Are you really at the... Yes, I can confirm I really am here at this UFO Festival. That's this live stream. And then he sips a beer. Cool, that's classy though. I give him that, you know. Doing the UFO IRL stream and sipping that beer. But I think that's basically it. We're not getting any live streams, which is very unprofessional, right? Unprofessional of UFO Fest. Let me see if I can find the website. UFO Fest 2025. McMinnville. It's in McMinnville. Where the hell is that, bruh? Oregon. Okay. Sweet. Just want to see what I'm missing and where it is. What? Okay. Oh, it's over here. Okay, it's north of San Francisco. All right. That's a shame. McMinnville, UFO Fest. We're going to talk about that briefly. I didn't even want to get into this now. You see, this is how it happens. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Ashton Forbes because for some reason, these voices of people now actually believing that the ridiculous Malaysia air flight thing start to get louder. You see them more and more, right? So we're going to talk about this, and there are a few examples I want to share with you guys. For example, going a little bit more into this Dr. Simon thing. You might be familiar with him, old guy in like basement, rockstone basement dungeon thing. That guy. So we're going to talk about him because he talks about Forbes, and we're going to go into that a little bit. We have Mick West, okay, having these allegations against him. Oh my God. Shocking. We're all shocked. No, I'm joking. It's not really. I'm exaggerating a little bit for clickbait. What's really happening is that Mick West sent a few tweets and they talk about whistleblowers getting arrested, right? And people are like, oh my God, Mick West is a fascist. He wants whistleblowers to be arrested now because they blow the whistle. So there's a little bit of that going on. It's quite fun. It's, to be honest, it's more fun than anything. And Mick West is, still on the winning end of all this. That much I can spoil, I guess. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at a classic UFO case, okay? The Zwischbergen Saar-Fee photo. Yes, that's right. It's a German name. Actually, Switzerland. It's in Switzerland. Famous photo. We're going to look at it. We're going to analyze it. Okay, so you can see there's so much going on. I'm going to talk about merch. We're going to have lengthy segments where I'm pushing merch on you guys and you can't escape it. I'm joking, but I'm going to mention merch a few times. We're also going to talk about Uri Geller. Okay, Uri Geller gave a presentation on UFOs. I think the video is a little bit older, but it doesn't make it less funny if you haven't seen it. Very, very funny. He angrily holds up printouts of UFOs and stuff. It's very, very funny, right? He's like, and this, a pilot, it's great. I mean, to be honest, I think he's 77 or something. Don't let me lie. I don't know how old Uri Geller is, but he's definitely in his 70s. And he's, remarkably fit for this age. 77, that's like a proud age and all that. So I'm not here to shit on Uri Geller, but I'm just going to shit a little bit on Uri Geller. It's just because, for the love of the game, I guess. And so you can see, look, there's so much going on. I don't need to break everything down that we're doing tonight. But you can see, it's a juicy and rich smorgasbord of content and stories and experiences that we will share tonight, and we will do this, as always, over a bottle of wine. That's right, bringing in the bottle of wine. Okay, here it is. Hold on a second. I'm switching on this one. There it is. So I'm tending to now, I think, I've come to the conclusion that French red wine is probably the best red wine. I don't know why that is, but I got a feeling from my experience from doing thousands of streams that that's the truth. So Shane Fleiger, sorry I'm late. You're not late, you're just on time. I only gave a rundown of what we're talking about. You have made it, Shane. I appreciate you being here and thanks for your support, my man. Ty Blee, well, why waffles? Well. I don't know what this well thing is all about, but people do this for some reason in chat. Maybe Trump can start deporting whistleblowers. Yeah, it goes a little bit into that direction. We'll get there. It's a funny story, to be honest. That actually productive board skins. Uri Geller. I can tell you guys a funny story. This is actually a story from my work. Normally I don't share stories from work, but this one, it's, I'm not going to give you details, but we were designing as part of a bigger thing, an area at a festival where you can fill your water bottles, right? So I'm designing this area. I didn't put too much effort into it, whatever. Like, it's just a small thing. So I design it. But it ends up, because it was all white and like quite stylish and stuff, ends up looking like urinals, right? These holes in the wall where you can put your bottle in and then it gets filled up. So it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? The client also like, it looks like urinals, right? So, okay, fine. So I spent a bit of time on it and designed some graphics that are all about water, and I made the little settings of the shapes in the walls, you know, I made them like blue and put icons on it and made it all clearly look like it's about water. It's not a urinal, right? And I made the settings into the wall where you can put your bottle in, shaped like water bottles, right? So it's very clear. It's like, it's a water bottle. It's not a urinal. So it started to look like not a urinal anymore, okay? And I was like, okay. Then the client comes back, and this is the truth. The client comes back and says, yeah, just make it look more like rectangular with curved corners, which is exactly like a urinal. So I had to go back and make it look more like a urinal again. It's moments like these, you know what I mean? That wine comment cut deep. Thanks, Giovanni, for the 5. I appreciate it. Well, to be honest, listen, bro. I've invested tonight in good wine. It feels good. It has a good touch to it. And it has, look at this cork, right? You can you see that? That's like a real cork. That's not like this kind of plasticky, waxy shit that you get. I'm trying to hold as still as I can. This is like proper cork that has grown somewhere. That's a plant, right? It's cork plant. I know my stuff. Monkey, what's up? Incognito, what's up, my man? You just made it in time. You're here, I'm here, we're having a good time. It's Saturday. Pix Bladders is here. Brian Yates is here. Good to see you. Rocco says, I can't wait to hear about Forbes getting debunked. Debunked. Some people call it bunked. They say Forbes theory got bunked. I saw some people saying this. Like, is that how we say it? Is that what we agree on? Look how smooth this cork comes out. There's a difference, right? Like, I can feel it coming out. Real cork. You're in control of this cork. See how you smooth? You're like last time you're ripping with all your force on that dumb cork. Comes out just right. There we go. Real cork. Okay, that's the future. Invest in cork. And this is not financial advice. I have a glass here, as always. I'm gonna pour some of this red wine into me and into this glass. Ladies and gentlemen, what a week it has been. And what a week it will be next week. There's not gonna be any mercy. But I might probably design urinals a few more times that look like water bottles and vice versa. Anyway, why I'm even telling this story is, yeah. Cheers, guys. It is Saturday. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad you made it. Much love to you guys. Boardskin says, I designed a logo that my client thought looked like a swastika. That's also very good. If that's the feedback that comes from the client. You designed the logo, right? You spent a day or two, you really think about it. And it's like, yeah, it's the cross with the wings on the red with the white, that's a bit, I don't know, that reminds me of a swastika. Ouch, man, that's brutal feedback. I once had a client, we had this idea, we were designing this space, like a creative space and whatever, and there we had this idea that everyone can get a pencil and start drawing on stuff. So there's this column in the middle and there are like thousands of holes in it with little pencils stuck in. Everyone can grab one. The client came back and said, no, we can't do this because I'm scared of holes. I'm scared of holes. That scares me when there are holes in the wall. We can't do this idea, sorry. It's like, cool. Very, very nice. Edwin Guerra, bro, you're awesome. I'm slipping wine too. Yes! There we go. Let me cheers with you, my man. Edwin Guerra. Okay, where's my camera? Here. Cheers. Cheers to you, Edwin. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend, okay? It is Saturday and we all made it and we survived. We're still here. We're still standing like Elton John, okay? You gotta respect that. Cheers. You can respect it by buying some merch, for example. That's right, merch. Beautiful merch available now. Link in the description. It was awkward for sure. Blah, 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 blah. The client was Kanye, so it was okay. Good twist. Plot twist. It's Kanye. That's actually great. That almost would make like a small, great comic strip. 3-4 images. Reveal after reveal. In the end, it's Kanye. It's all good. Alex Gutzi, good to see you again. How are you tonight? I hope you're well. It's only 3:30 here, but I'm cracking open the beers with your monkey. Yes! You see what I mean? Listen, first of all, drink responsibly, okay? It says it up here, there. For the facts about alcohol, visit Drinkaware. But goddamn, let's open one. Let's crack one open. Fucking cold one, okay? I'm not promoting the consumption of alcohol at all. I just want to make this really, really clear. Drink responsibly. And take alcohol serious, okay? Cheers. And I'm not joking. That's serious. I'm being serious. Do glory holes take much designing? Oof, don't underestimate it. I mean, think about it. Just the whole question about the height of the glory hole. If you go too high, you're discriminating against smaller lads, right? They're going to be like, they can't reach the glory hole. And they're embarrassed, right? They're ashamed. If you make it too low, the tall guys can't even use the glory hole. It wouldn't work. So there are these massive design implications that have to be thought through and carefully calculated. You know what I mean? Francesca is watching Jewish Latvians dancing on the Eurovision Song Contest. So people have asked me on our Discord whether I can please comment on the Eurovision Song Contest. And to that, I will give... obviously a very, very clearly defined no. Fuck that shit, okay? We're not talking about the Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, seriously? The hell is wrong with people, the Eurovision Song Contest? I mean, look, this stream is on, and you're watching the Eurovision Song Contest? Bro, I cannot freaking help you, I swear to God. Like, I'm trying to help you right here, but that's not how this works. Let's really quickly look. I'm sure it's trending on Twitter Roonies, right? Where is it? Trending. Eurovision is trending #1. Everyone's on board the Eurovision train. I'm curious to see if tonight we're going to have less viewers overall on the stream than other nights. Because some people may be watching it with their family. I don't know. God knows what tradition people have watching the Eurovision. Is this an artist at the Eurovision or is this David Bowie? I'm not sure. Could be either or. And I'm talking about the mouse. I don't know who that is. That could be Marilyn Manson. Or Alice Cooper. A young Alice Cooper, roughly, maybe. Monkeys Karaoke is my Eurovision, says Laser Corgi. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're right. Finland goes hard. What is... Oh, yeah, right. They had... Gwar is the name, right? Is the name not called Gwar? I believe. It's like a... I don't know. Like a show metal band, really. No, I don't know their music really. So anyway, we're getting nothing. You can see we're going to be copyright struck in if we show more than 4 seconds of this spectacle. And you can kind of see nicely here why I'm not interested in watching it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to lie. I mean, it was always a thing when we grew up. Eurovision Song Contest is on. You kind of sit at home. I don't know. You have it running in the background, but you never really enjoy it. You just laugh at it most of the time. But hey, if you want to watch that, that's cool. If you can't be here because of that, that's sad. Very, very sad. I've heard loads of blokes in my in my group chat. They're all watching Eurovision, says Pig Bladders. I mean, look. There's also, I guess, a point to be made about it being a positive thing. It's a little bit like space flight, right? You think it costs a lot of money. It's basically a big spectacle. What do we really get out of it? But what this does, the Eurovision Song Contest, to an extent, is gives Europe a thing that everyone contributes to it, where we are all symbolically in a room, and it's a symbol of that we're not at war with each other, which obviously with Ukraine, you know, is it's a topic, it's a big subject. So it has that symbolic character that unites people, I guess, to an extent, if that makes sense. Is it worth it? I don't know. Someone else has to answer that, but I guess there are positives to it. It's just not for me. It's fine. I'm making fun of it, but you know, if you want to watch it, that's cool. That was Lordi, not Gwar. No, what are you talking about? That was... Wait a second. Gwar? They're called Gwar, right? Band? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Gwar. That wasn't Lordi. No, hold on. It was these guys. GWAR. That's a band. Like, they always wear these costumes. It's like a Warcraftified version of Slipknot or something. And they look like, they look much less scary, much more like a theme park attraction or something. But they do put a lot of effort into these costumes. I think it's pretty cool, right? Don't get me wrong. I love it, man. Look at this stuff. It's pretty epic. So it's a good show. And I think that those because they're like Swedish. So they sang for Sweden or Denmark or something at the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah, but I never was a fan. But it's GWAR. You gotta respect the hustle. That's cool, bro. That's cool shit. Like, your music doesn't need to be particularly good if you look like that. You know what I mean? So, in my opinion. Look up Lordi. Or maybe it was Lordi. Now that you say it, I thought you meant Lord. This weird. Yeah. Was this Lordi? Okay. So they do look slightly different. They do look a little bit more dark. You might be right. Maybe it wasn't GWAR. Was it Lordi? Lordi band. Okay, I think you're right. Okay, I stand corrected. I apologize. I thought it was GWAR, but GWAR's cool as well. Now you all know that GWAR exists, okay? So that's worth something. Okay, fine, it was Lordi. But you see, Lordi, I don't know, man. I'm more on the theme park side of things. I think this other one's more fun. I don't know. It's cool as well. Why not? Dress up like this, by all means. Again, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle that they do. And put into these costumes. Why not? So anyway, Eurovision. That was the Eurovision song segment. You want the Eurovision segment, so there you go. Quickly, let me drink some alcohol before I vomit. Yes. Edward says, are orcs in fashion now? Maybe. I don't know. Are orcs coming back? Orc chicks? Maybe with the new Shrek movie. They're doing a new Shrek movie, right? Oh, but they're ogres. It's not an orc. I get it. Yeah. I've seen them twice when they came through my state. Right, nice. Brian Yates has seen them. Yes, you know what I mean? Rocking it. I love it. GWAR have been going on for years. Okay, I'm glad some of you guys know them as well. To be honest, I don't even know fucking GWAR. I know they wear costumes and do some kind of... I heard a song once. That's it. So I can't even... Couldn't identify a GWAR song. I would imagine that's what the Northern Europe, primarily German, warriors looked like that went to war with the Romans. Yeah. With these huge shields, and they look like World of Warcraft characters. I love that. Ezekiel Reyes is here as well. Why fools? I hope I said all of your names. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Dave B, yes, Pa. Who else is here that I haven't mentioned yet? Did I mention Gilbert? Eurovision unites people with the gummiest, gooeyest, techiest. It's like, it's so weird, right? Like, the music they play at Eurovision Song Contest, it's like almost its own genre. It's really weird. I mean, the songs vary, but at the same time, they are all equally cheesy and weird produced, and they have to be interlinked with the performance somewhat on stage, right? Because it's like a stage event. I don't know, man. To be honest, I've watched probably 10 Eurovision Song Contests, maybe 8 or something in my life, right? When I was younger and stuff. I could not point out a single song that was ever performed or shown at the Eurovision Song Contest. So, yeah, that much for that. Alrighty. Should we get into this first thing that I want to share with you guys, which is the sea monster? Oh yeah, let's talk about sea monsters, because who doesn't love a good sea monster, right? Let's be honest. Sea monsters, it's cryptids, Bigfoot, weird giant ape creatures in the woods. Who doesn't love that shit? That's good stuff, right? And it's funny because there are some people who are like, yeah, it's more likely than UFOs and aliens, right? Some people who try to make this point. And I'm not sure I agree. Maybe I do agree. That it's more likely that there is some giant ass creature that we probably know, it could be a shark, or it could be a giant, whatever, man, kraken, we've seen the movies, lurking in the dark. It just rarely comes up, so we rarely see it, and it's old and shit like that. I think that is probably actually more likely than aliens coming to this planet and flying around in a little well-lit disc, right? Gigantic squids, that's it. I love that. The Sneezing Monkeys band. We wanted to form a band with a few Discord members a while back. Our band name, now I remember it, it was Guppies in the Mail. Guppies in the Mail. I think that's a great name. Guppies in the Mail is a great name. You know, like the fish, guppies? Yeah, anyway. I think the credit for that goes to Staffman. I think he came up with this. So I don't know. I would be like the bass player in the background or something. I think other people would be headlining that band. But we can always start a band. We should start a band. We can't discuss Forbes without seeing the 3K scam again. LOL. Maybe we'll watch it again. It's really funny, and I've seen it increasingly reposted recently, more and more. But let's look at the sea creature, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into Ashton Forbes, okay, which comes up right after this, it's like it's a house warmer. You know what I mean? So this has been recorded on the coast of Sicily. Yes, you heard this right. It's Italy. Okay, so in Italy on the coast, it's been filmed. Now, is it a submarine? And at first you see it. I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say that's a diver, right? But then look what's behind him. It's got a long tail, right? There's like layers to this video. So the title is "Strange Creature / Figure Spotted in the Water at Night off the Coast of Sicily." A friend showed me this video a few days ago, and it was the same spot in Sicily. It was shown 2 years ago, but the same location. Long serpent-shaped body. Check it out. Okay, I'm playing it for you guys. Okay, here you're like, okay, cool. Yeah, that's the light. That's just a... But look at it. Look at... Do you see the body? Do you see the lights? Do you see the lights along its spine? And how long it is? This is like 10 meters long, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely stunning. Shocking footage, really. 14 seconds in length. More, I guess the person could not record more. Because maybe the guy, the diver in the water, would have kind of stepped out of the water and then the video would have been ruined. But it looks somewhat interesting, right? It's intriguing. It's mystery evoking. And that's what tonight's all about. I'm going to bring it up slightly bigger for you guys. Okay, going through the effort of scaling it. Let's take a look again. One more time. One more time. What looks like that? Oh my God. I can't believe my eyes. That changes everything. And that weird sea serpent seems to have a very bright light that is very similar to a flashlight. Remarkable, really. How it basically grew a flashlight. That must be a first in nature as we know it. That level of luminosity. So very, very cool stuff there. Sea serpent. What do you guys think? Godzilla, says Roland. That's great. That's a good idea. Good suggestion. Could be. Small baby Godzilla. A cute one. You know, he's burping. And a bit of blue light shoots out. That could explain the blue flashlight. That would make so much sense. Cheers. It's a siren, says Dash. Oh yeah, it could be a mermaid or something, right? Mermaid theory. Very good. I love that. A siren or a mermaid. A very mysterious sea creature. What's the camera hiding behind a rock? Well, he can't go further over. Maybe he's on a balcony or something. I don't know. Flashlight on a string, says Sportskins. A headlight. We reverse engineered flashlights from sea creatures. Yeah, that's true. Bob Lazar, he was brought into this underwater science base. And there he was asked to back engineer sea creatures. Which might be alien, might not be. There's gonna be a documentary with Jordan Knapp in it. And Jeremy Corbell as well. They're all gonna be in it. It's gonna be great. USO, right? It is a USO. Pig splatters. It's true. Quick, someone contact Tim Goyode. Goyode, I guess French. Laser Corgi, a drone for swimming underwater. Could it be an underwater drone? No Name Jack says, looks like the sea serpent who went to the hardware store. Right, I'm playing it again. See, now people are speculating. If you've just joined, that's the footage we're talking about. Because it does look like a diver at first, but then it pulls this long tail, and there seem to be like some weird, not illuminated, but reflective spots on here. Do you know what I mean? Like these cat eyes you have on bikes or something. So the length of it, the shimmery, because it really looks like scales as well, right? Is it scales? Is it a sea serpent? Reptilicus, 1963. Okay, I might look it up, Gilbert, if I don't forget. A sturgeon fish ate that flashlight, or tried to. Carolyn Kastner, good to see you. That was by James Smith, by the way. If there was giant sharks, why not squid? So you think this is a squid? Is that what you're saying? You think this is a squid? But look how the light moves. Come on, man. The light is clearly moving like someone is moving it like a flashlight, right? I mean, there's no fish that we know of that has that bright light on its forehead. Look, I mean, it even casts like a little core pillar here of very bright light. This is an extremely like bright light. So I don't think it's a fish. Okay, giant eel eating torch, radioactive Nessie. Very good suggestions, lots of creative ideas here, but I think the truth can be found in the comments. I'm not going to claim that I came up with this because it is actually somewhat interesting. I'm just going to resize this slightly. Does this work? No, a bit more. Resizing it a bit more. This is always the best part of these shows, when I resize the window all the time. Here it says, Treat Street 1993 says, it's a diver using a dive scooter trailing a string of boys that are carrying nets of captured lobsters and crabs. The serpent body is a bubble trail of the dive scooter propeller. Oh, so he's using like some kind of thing that propels him. He doesn't swim himself. Like some kind of basically a battery with a propeller, and he hangs on it. And that casts that trail. Fair enough. But he's also pulling a net behind him, right? Filled with lobsters and crabs. It's one way to make money. And you can actually see in the video, if you look very closely, he is looking at the ground. You can very clearly see the ground of the water here, right? You can get a very clear idea of the little sand shapes underwater. So he's clearly looking over the ground. Like, this is a diver. It's pulling some stuff behind him, but it's a great illusion. And due to the garbage quality and the high... what is it called? You know, the mosaics, the artifacts, I guess is the word, in the compression of the video. It almost looks like a giant, shiny, long fish. And I love these videos, so I shared it with you guys. But it's just a fish net. I'm sorry. Bro's fishing some lobsters out there, okay? Going all out. Making that sweet, sweet lobster money, okay? I'm sure they're not expensive when you buy them from that guy. Not like in a restaurant. So it's crabs. It could be crabs. It could be the bubbles that come out of his little propeller thing. But it's a diver. I think it's pretty clear that it's a diver, and that he's pulling like a net on a string behind him. That makes a lot of sense to me. All right. The Danish equivalent of Godzilla is Reptilicus from 1993. 1963. Oops. Let's look it up. Reptilicus. Let's see if we can find a little trailer. Reptilicus. The Danish kaiju. So wait a second. Is Reptilicus part of the Godzilla universe? Do you know what I mean? Because obviously, like, the Godzilla universe has like a whole range of monsters. It's a monsterverse. And there are loads of monsters in there. So I wonder, because there was like some Godzilla versus Reptilicus and American Reptilicus versus Danish Godzilla. Reptilicus, I guess is the word. So they're comparing them. Is there an American version? All right, show me the monster shots. Let's go. We're just here to see the monster shots. Oh my god. It's Reptilicus. Oh, that's brutal, bro. That is... Oh, no. Oh, people are gonna die, man. This is an absolute emergency. Get the children out. Reptilicus, bro. That's scary. I couldn't watch this. This is too scary for me, man. This takes me right back, you know. Oh, there he is again. Oh, he's taken over the city centers too. I mean, holy shit. Hold on a second. I mean, look, you gotta appreciate the art here a little bit. Because, like, I have to assume this is a model. I don't know if they keyed this in 1960 something. I have to assume that the background is actually like a model. Which is pretty cool. Also, there's no people, right? It's not like that they filmed some houses and then edited this. Oh, no, that's definitely a model. But that's cool. You know, I gotta respect the hustle there. Again, I say a lot of respect the hustle tonight, but I do. The Danish version looks like one of the block snakes. True. Why fools? Roland says Godzilla -1 was really good film. Yeah, I enjoyed that too. That's true. Godzilla -1 was really, really good. Recommended that to a few people as well. Edward says, I don't believe that explanation. It's clearly an alien mermaid sea monster. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I can't argue with that. That's totally fair. I'm still talking about the previous film, obviously. But yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Reptilicus, the Danish Godzilla ripoff. Gilbert, member for 14 months. Absolute legend. Appreciate you so much, my man. And he says he's destroying a model of the city hall where we got married. Oh, that is so cool. That's amazing. Oh, lucky that day when Reptilicus was there, you didn't get married. My God, imagine that. The day's ruined. You know, you just want to get married in peace, and there comes Reptilicus eating the building or something. So I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm glad you're both fine. Starring David Greer as Reptilicus. It's a good idea. I think that could work. Dr. David Greer. Wait. David Greer or David Wilcock? You got to be clear. Stephen Greer. What year did that come out? I think 1963, Gilbert said earlier. I want to be called Reptilicus now, right? Reptilicus is a good name. It has like this kind of ancient Roman quality to it, right? I am Reptilicus. It would be right fitting into the new Doom Dark Ages, which, by the way, smooth transition. We're going to play in the after party tonight. Probably, you know, I don't know what we're going to do at the after party, but after this stream, there's an after stream, okay? And at the after stream, we hang out, chat is less busy and all that. So, you know, I'm playing sometimes games, sometimes I don't. But we do these, but these are only for members, okay? So if you're a member and you want to join the after party, stick around until the end of the show. And then we will do an after party, okay? Separate stream for members only. Stephen Wilcock. Oh, God, now you guys getting me all confused. Stephen Wilcock, Dr. Stephen Wilcock. Oh, no. My brain has frozen. Jack Covington with the 50 US. You legend, Jack. Hello all, let's rock, have fun and enjoy. You're the best, bro. I'm pouring myself a glass just for you. Welcome to the show. I hope you're going to enjoy. In fact, I'm even going to the second camera, okay? Because no costs are being spared for Jack Covington. I appreciate you, bro. I'm cheersing with you, whatever you do. I know you are in Havanaugh, the city of London, the home of the London Bridge. Havanaugh, that's not the name, right? It was something with AUV. Cheers. I love you, man. Thanks for the support. Drinking to you. Happy Saturday. Carolyn Kasner. Yeah, Jack is here. Yeah, that's true. Nice. Everyone's happy. Jack has arrived. Citric acid. That's not the city where Jack lives. It's a different place. Where are the cool people at Fabius M? Says why fools. I'm expecting my new Stavatti plane to arrive any day soon, says Pig Splatters. Oh, that's great. That's actually great. There is some news about Stavatti, but it's not really news. I saw it on Twitter. Basically, this guy found some more documents that apparently Stavatti is being sued by 6, allegedly, right? I just read this on Twitter. I haven't researched this myself, but like allegedly, Stavatti is being sued by 6 different entities at least. Incognito is now a Champions VIP member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the family, Incognito. Okay, I'm going to tell you what you get for that membership in just a second after I finish my monologue. But I appreciate you joining the membership. So they showed these documents, alleged documents from the courts that they downloaded somewhere, you know, freedom of information and all that. That showed, here's 20,000 that Stavatti allegedly didn't pay for suppliers, materials. They apparently need a lot of money to fix that hunger that they have. Again, that's what people claim on Twitter, okay? So I didn't check this myself. Maybe they're just so close to finishing their first airplane. But from what I read, it's not looking very, very good. So I thought about talking about that, but then again, ultimately what I just said is really just hearsay, right? And it's this guy on Twitter. I can show you guys the tweet. I'm sure I can find it quickly. I show you guys the tweet. There it is. So this is Macario. Macario is one of these many accounts that are mostly about Stavatti, a little bit about David Wilcock, but mostly about Stavatti. They're exposing what they do and every little piece of music. I mean, it seems like they're not doing much besides digging through archives of legal documents and trying to find stuff about Stavatti, okay? And I'm sure that David Wilcock himself would claim that it's totally Steve Cambion, right? It's all these accounts, it's all Steve Cambion. He's got nothing else to do in his life but research legal documents about stavatti, and it's all Steve Cambion. I would assume that that's what David Wilcock would say. But so here's this document that they're talking about, and he says Stavatti has no money and is being sued by an investor, and up to 6 companies that did work for Stavatti and never were paid. Here's just one of them. They need millions just to finish the work on their hangar. There are no deals coming. Okay, that's what he says. I'm not saying this. This is just alleged, an alleged tweet. Then he shares this court document. It seems like statement for judgment. So there's Stavatti Aerospace. Anyway, it seems to be about 25 plus fees total, like around £28,000. This particular example. So it's not like. I mean, for a company like Stavatti, for an aerospace company, £28,000 should be nothing, right? You know what I mean? A company like Boeing, like for them, an invoice for £28,000 is like for you spend like 20 cents on something. That's how it feels for them. But for Stavatti, I don't know if it's the same. And if it's true what this guy says here, that there are 6 more investors, people who sue them now. And we know of at least one more, which I've covered in the previous video, who's claiming $1 million, right? He wants $1 million back. He invested it. There was some misunderstandings about the documents, allegedly, that he signed, that they signed, who signed it, you know, for this donation of the $1 million or this investment. And so he wants that back. So that's another one that we know of. But yeah, it's, you know, it's rough. Stavatti is not, it looks like it's not in a great place, to be honest with you. I should probably try to get this one guy on the show. I have talked to him on Twitter before, like in DMs and stuff, John Christian Spadavecchia, because when I did my video about the whole situation and kind of summarized it, he wrote to me and we talked about the video and stuff. And he is writing a book. He's writing a book about the Stavatti story. This is not a joke. So you can see he's all over this. This is the pure reason for his existence, right? The Stavatti story on Twitter. I mean, not for the whole, just on Twitter. But yeah, he's very much on top of this story. So I should try to get him on. I would love to ask him a few questions, like how did Wilcock even get involved with this thing? You know what I mean? How did he get involved in the first place? Like, do we know who recruited who? How did they meet? Because what a terrible decision, dude. What a terrible decision. Can you imagine, right? You go to a bar or something, you're David Wilcock, right? You barely make it into the bar because your forehead is so tall. But then you finally make it in and you meet this guy. What is his name? Chris Beskar, right? Chris Beskar, the CEO of Stavatti. I think that's his name. Christopher R. Beskar. Which is strange, right? Because Beskar is also this armor... Dude. It's also this armor metal that they use in The Mandalorian, right? In the Star Wars universe. That's also called Beskar. Right? But he's called Beskar. He's as solid as that Mandalorian steel. So that's the CEO of Stavatti, okay? And imagine now this little scenario that I'm making up in my head that has probably nothing to do with reality. David Wilcock walks into this bar. It's a good start for a joke, right? David Wilcock walks into a bar. And he meets a man who has pubic hair on his chin. Lots of it, okay? And so they sit down, and this guy, this Chris Beskar, pitches David Wilcock this Stavatti company. And by the end of it, he's like, yes, I'm in. I'm in, motherfucker. I'm investing. This sounds great. You guys have a hangar. I wonder how it happened. You know, this is just 1 out of 1 million scenarios. But it's just too funny to think about that. That's a chick, says Joseph Spain. Oh, that's a big claim. That to claim that Chris Beskar is a trans man. I can't say this on the air, Joseph Spain. That's outrageous. That's an outrageous claim. There's no evidence for that. But he's funny. He's funny, that's for sure. Okay, that I can confirm. Everything else I can't. That dude for sure is not allowed within 100 yards of a school. You guys have to stop. These are just, chat is just making horrible allegations. I am not supporting these allegations in any form. In fact, I'm distancing myself from these allegations that people are making in chat. This is not appropriate at all. Bad photo for Grifter, his wife. Oh, do you think it's David Wilcock's wife in, like, you know, dressed up? You know what I mean? Like a costume. So it doesn't, that could be it. That could be it. That's a good theory. Anyway, I'm just curious, so maybe I'll try to get this John Christian Spadavecchia on the show at some point and talk to him a little bit. I'm curious because he's done extensive research. He really knows his game, you know, about this, it seems like. About stavatti and how all that happened. I think he's really just waiting for stavatti to collapse and then he releases his book. Once the stavatti chapter is over, then he's gonna, that's my theory, right? And who knows if stavatti is gonna collapse? Who knows? Tony Gospodin. What's happening with that famous egg story and that guy Coulthard, or what's his name? Didn't they announce something for the start of this year? Why are they always anticipating something? It seems like you're new to this, Tony. Okay, welcome to the stream. I drink to you. Okay, that's what we do around here. Welcome, have a seat. You know, pull a seat up. I appreciate you being here. Smash like, everyone, by the way, while you're here. I would appreciate if people would be smashing like for the show. Okay, it's Saturday night. This is what we're doing. We're hanging out. We're discussing the most important subjects. Cheers. So, what happened to the egg video? Nothing. Okay, let me explain this to you, how this works. And I guess when you say they were promising something for the start of this year, I think that came back to Dr. Stephen Greer, who was like in 72 hours, and I think that was like late January or something. But that never really happened. Not really. Here's how this works, Tony, okay? Ufology works in cycles. I gave this example in the past of dangling a carrot in front of a donkey, right? You dangle a carrot, you're like, oh, the egg-shaped video is coming up. Everyone's running wild. Oh, the egg-shaped video is releasing in 5 days. The carrot dangles, the donkey runs, right? Then, oh my God, maximum anticipation, we pay-per-view, whatever, video releases, watch our documentary and download and buy this and that. Everyone makes some money. Then it's a huge disappointment every single time. Everyone's like, ugh, what the hell is that, bro? This looks like nothing. Looks like a toy or something. So then it resets again, and then you promise the next thing. There's a whistleblower. We have a whistleblower. It's coming in about 2 weeks. The whistleblower is just around the corner. It's going to be great. Huge reveal. Oh God, anticipation. It's the next carrot that dangles in front of the donkey, right? And we are the donkey that keeps running. And that's how it works. So yeah, they're going to promise something else soon, right? And then they will see what sticks, and then they will ride that train into the horizon, making money as much as they can with it. That's the truth, my friend. I'm sorry if it hurts. Bro's a bot. I'm not sure. 15 super chats and Monkey starts his OnlyFans. I don't think OnlyFans would survive that. I'm not gonna lie. It's too. I'm too sexy. I'm out of that regular spectrum. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn here. I don't want to show off or anything. But like, there's limits to what you can show on OnlyFans. You know, if it gets too hot, it's just not. It's unfair to the competition. That's what I'm saying. So. Thank you for real. The cheers. To you, Mr. Maki. Yeah, no worries, man. I drink to you again. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday, Tony. And I hope you understood what I meant there with that ramble. Cheers. Ufology is dead in the water, my friend. That's unfortunately what it is. Lots of stuff will be teased and announced, and lots of videos will be released. But I promise you now, never in any of our lifetimes will there be actual tangible evidence. A undeniable video of CNN and, you know, walking into S4 filming that thing. Something like that. That's just undeniable. There are so many different sources. It's undeniably real. That will never happen. We will never see this. It's my theory, okay? It's like investing in something. You can't prove it and you might be wrong, but that's what I think it is. And yeah, let's see. Let's talk again in 30 years. If we got that, the moment of disclosure. Maybe. Monkey, this is my 3rd time subscribing. You owe me an apology. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I apologize. I get it. Incognito, my man. No Name Jack says, in disclosure, disappointment is a feature, not a bug. That's true. That's exactly right. It's actually a good point. Sounds silly, but it's actually true. I'm not saying you're silly, but you need that moment of disappointment to build the hype up again. But you also have to understand that every time that disappointment hits, it shaves off a little bit of quality right, of the other end, of the next announcement. People will get more and more skeptical. The more time you run through that circle of, oh, the thing is coming, 2 weeks, disclosure this, whistleblower video, UFO, then the video comes, then disappointment hits. Every time it hits, it makes the next announcement slightly less valuable. Or, valuable is a wrong word, but it's, I'm trying my best here. You pay a price for that, because every time we get disappointed, we get more and more skeptical. Do you know what I mean? That is kind of the problem with all this. Alea says, what are they trying to distract people from? I didn't say. Did I say they distract people from something? Did I say this? To be honest with you, I guess I have to assume you mean people like Corbell, like George Knapp, like Stephen Greer, that they are, like Elizondo potentially, that they are distracting people from something. I don't think so. Giovanni with the 5, I appreciate it. Ufology is dead in the water, then it sinks, grabs a torch, and then does the underwater conga with lobsters and crabs. That's right, dude. It's 360 degrees. Very nice. It all comes back to the video we debunked in the beginning. The mysterious underwater creature. If you haven't seen it, well, I can't help you. You're late to the party. Smash like, though. Okay? Smash the like button. I appreciate it. So, yeah. Every time the disappointment hits, it costs a little piece of the credibility on the other end, and they've done it for a very, very long time. Let's quickly talk about UFO Fest. Okay, I saw this tweet. Someone posted it in our Discord as well, by the way. Join our Discord if you're new here. The link is in the description. It's a lovely community. Lots of people are hanging out there, and we're not just talking about UFOs and paranormal. We talk about everything from politics to video games. Anything you want, the link is in the description, but this is an image that has been posted on our Discord as well. So here it is. I believe this has been taken either yesterday or today. Here they are. We spoke about it last week, right? About Lou Elizondo as well as Jerry Corbell and George Knapp appearing at UFO Fest, right? UFO Fest. Let me remind you briefly. Here it is. So you get these speakers, these speaking engagements where they will talk about their amazing UFO whatever thing. And 28 advance, 33 for the day, if you want to see Corbell and Knapp speak. And we saw the hall, it's a fairly big space. And if you want to see Lou Elizondo speak, you pay more. You pay 48 on the day. Or 43 if you booked early, okay? So here they are, they're going to be there. This is happening this weekend at the McManamins Hotel in Oregon, May 16th and 17th. Here's the picture, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening right now. It's as if we are there. That's how it is. Holy shit, dude! This picture. Hold on a second. I have to put this slightly bigger. There it is, just so we can enjoy it in its full glory. Okay. Jeremy Corbell looks buff. Okay, homie's buff. Homie has trained. Homie's worked out. Okay, he's keeping himself in shape. He's like prime cut. Jeremy Corbell. George Knapp, on the other hand, less so. He is an older model. Okay, but to be honest with you, okay, all jokes aside, man. All jokes aside. I look at this and I'm like, why has George Knapp not retired yet? I mean, dude, you should really be able to retire. How old is George Knapp? Let me Google it. How old is George Knapp? 73 years old. Okay, so that's old. Even for retirement age, 73 is old. And it's like, man, they've been doing this for a long time. You know what I mean? They've been running this. I'm steering away from the word grift, okay? But they've been doing this thing, this coverage of the UFO thing for so long, man. Books, documentaries, talking engagements, speaking engagements, like the one you see here, right? These people have been making money. Corbell less so. He was a jiu-jitsu trainer not long ago. But the other two, especially George Knapp, man, he's been doing this for such a long time. And it makes me wonder, man, why can he not retire? George Knapp, man, looks old. He is old, and he is allowed to look old, okay? Like, I'm not making fun. I'm gonna look much worse, I think, when I'm this age, if I ever get that old. But let the man retire is what I'm saying, okay? Just let the man rest. Let him drink brandy or whatever he likes to do. Whatever the man likes to do. Let him do his thing, you know? I don't think he needs to do weekly freaking podcasts with Jeremy Corbell, the weaponized podcast, you know what I mean? Maybe he wants to do it. Maybe I'm judging the situation wrong, but come on, bro. Someone's pointing out that Elizondo is the shortest. Yeah, that's true. But I think they're all not very tall, to be honest with you. I think they're probably going to be slightly taller than all of them, it feels. But I don't know. I'm just 6 foot. 5'9" to 6. Somewhere there. Just under 6. Jamie Salmon says, hey, maybe George has had many divorces. I don't know. I'm not going to look up how many divorces George Knapp had. This could be that. Gilbert Martinez says, Knapp looks like he's just finished filming Corbell riding. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Gilbert. I'm not going to read that. Lots of child support payments. Could be that. Doja Dog. Knapp should be commenting the poker. Right, exactly, right? He shouldn't be like traveling around and doing these speaking engagements at UFOcon. Because let's be honest, right? If you're old and wealthy and you're like financially well off, you're not taking whatever it is, 7 grand, 10 grand to speak at the UFOcon. You know what I mean? You're gonna, if you're 73 or whatever it was, you stay at home, right? You try to mow your lawn or something like that, whatever people do in that age. But you're not traveling the country and giving speaking engagements about the field of ufology. It's next to Jeremy Corbell. I don't know, man. Feels like they're dragging a weak man around. Let's put it this way. Okay, that's how it feels. Corbell does not make money from UFOs, says Daryl Korb. 75,000 Rolex, 135,000 SUV, 1.8 million property. Definitely no money. I don't know if these things are true. I do know that he drives that's what I read somewhere, that he drives a Cybertruck. Which is a match made in heaven, my friend. Looks like a divorced husband who owes the Vegas Mafia 100K. Yeah, a little bit. I know what you mean. Poor George Knapp, man. You know what I mean? He's such an original man. He was there when Lazar came up. He was the guy who put Lazar as a silhouette in front of a wall. Limit says, by the way, your debunkings are really good. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Limit. I do them less so because, to be honest, most UFO videos we get today are just garbage and they're not worth debunking. But there are 2 seasons and there will be a 3rd season soon that I will upload as a whole 3, 4, 5 hour video with all the episodes of 1 season. And there are 3 seasons, okay? And maybe one day the debunking show will come back. And we do it a little bit on these streams, okay? But I don't upload videos too much anymore about the debunking stuff, so. But cheers, I appreciate the feedback, Limit. Smash like button. Borny's Blues says, I'm gay, and no alien is gonna extract that out of me. I mean, bro, could be some goddamn sexy aliens, you know what I mean? The aliens could read your mind, so they can do things to you that you wouldn't even dare to dream about. So don't underestimate the ability of advanced civilizations to extract things out of you. Just saying, just putting that out there. Gotta keep that in perspective, you know, keep it in check. Incognito says, oh, we read that already. Gilbert says, now try to get that image out of your head. Yeah, I can't. It's stuck there now. You did this to me. George Knapp is a CIA plant, 100%, says Joseph Spain. Why, dude? If he's a CIA plant, then he's on the payroll in some form for the CIA, and then you retire, dude. If you're a CIA plant, you know, you're on the payroll, you make money. You make that money. Not huge, but you're going to be fine. You don't need to work until you're 73. Go to these conventions. If the CIA would plant people, you know, Jeremy Corbell makes sense. He's young and stuff, and Elizondo somehow makes sense because he has got these connections to the Pentagon. But George Knapp, he used to be a proper investigative journalist, you know? The dude, you know, locally, I think it was in the Vegas area, he was, you know, investigating stories and doing these kinds of exciting stories until the Bob Lazar thing happened. And then he got dragged into the world of ufology. And that's where he kind of got stuck, because I guess that's where you made most of the money. But I don't think he's a CIA plant. I don't think so. It just doesn't fit. CIA wouldn't want this guy now to walk around and do this. I don't think so. He's doing it because he needs the money. That's my theory. Okay, that's it. And there's nothing wrong with it. You know, maybe he's right now scraping everything together, making a bit of a retirement fund. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't dare to speculate. But George Knapp should retire and have a good life. Okay, man should rest. That would be my advice. He's deserved the rest. He's a good man, to an extent. You know what I mean? Dark journalist has long been saying that Elizondo's a CIA plant. So this is at the moment like exploding, right? The story that Elizondo is basically like a plant, a guy that is paid to spread misinformation, because obviously you all know what happened, right? Twice he got caught now, once with the chandelier picture, once with the irrigation circles, crop circles things, that fake picture that he held up in front of the congressional briefing. So it's quite remarkable to make that mistake twice. And now there are so many people who say, yeah, that can't be a coincidence. The dude must be a misinformation agent. I don't really dare to speculate on that. I don't know. But I think we read this tweet in the last show, right? Where this guy was saying, I worked with Elizondo back in the days when he was actively doing misinformation, or I refused a job. That's what it was. We watched a video on stream where this guy says, I was offered a job to work like 10 years ago, 15 years, whatever it was, to work with Elizondo on spreading misinformation, intentionally muddling the water, right? And I refused that job. I never did it, but I was offered that job. So I don't know, man. Look, there's also this guy that we read about, Elizondo, on the stream, that basically worked in the Pentagon in the time when he was allegedly there as well. And he claims to have been, don't let me lie, like the head of ATIP or something, right? Like this organization. And the other guy denied that. He said, I worked in the Pentagon when Elizondo was there. That never happened. That is not a real thing. He was never the head of this thing. So it's like he says one thing, this other guy says another thing. So there are loads of contradictions that are happening in the world of Elizondo. But to be honest, most of it is he says, she says. That's what it is. I say that, and then Elizondo says the opposite, you know, or some other guy says I worked with him and he claims the opposite, and that's it. That's the end of the debate. So there's not much point in it, to be very honest with you. Oh my god, I just noticed that, like, on his arm, he's got a 13 tattoo. Do you see this? Let's bring it up big. We're investigating. Does that mean... You know what that means, right? Lou Elizondo, MS-13. That's right. That's right. He's a member. He's a gang member, okay? He's part of it. Now it's undeniable. The truth is out there. There's even a little Kojima-esque fox over it. Gilbert with the 50 Danish crowns. I appreciate it. We will never have real evidence of UFOs in our lifetime. Kind of sad, isn't it? UFO grifters are almost as bad as mega pastors for peddling bullshit. It's a good point. It's a good comparison, right? Because these kind of mega pastors, like doing big church ceremonies, it also costs entry, and if you want to be a member, you got to pay, and the whole thing is just a cash-in scheme, basically. Similar. Yeah, I mean, again, it builds that bridge to religion, right? Both you can't prove. The UFO in the sky you can't prove, and the aliens. And Jesus walking over water and being the person that he claims to have been, or that people claim he was, also can't be proven. So we're doing this huge spectacle based on things that can't be proven, and cash in on it. So, cheers. Elizondo in the house. There he is. Okay, Louis Elizondo has arrived. Now I gotta really watch out what I say, okay? We were just looking at your tattoo, Elizondo. I don't know if you want to comment on this, Louis Elizondo. Because, like, the 13 here, very sus. Very, very sus, right? Let's be honest. People are being deported because they have the number 13 somewhere on their body. Even they don't have the number 13 on their body and it's just photoshopped on their body, even then they get deported, okay? So, what's going on with this? Do we need to deport Louis Elizondo? Is he a terrorist, an MS-13 gang member? I don't know. I don't know much about tattoos, but this makes me think. Louis Elizondo, it makes me think. Be careful, okay? He's like, okay, man, you gotta watch out, okay? I gotta watch out what I'm saying. Man, look, I don't know much about tattoos, but I see the number 13. I should bring George Knapp into the shot here. I see the number 13 on people's arms or somewhere, and like all my alarm bells go off. The unlucky 13. Wouldn't he catch hell from certain people if he wasn't? Yeah, maybe. It's a good point, Joshua B. So get off the pot, says Daryl Cobb. No name Jack. Maybe Elizondo will get deported and we'll have one lesser grifter. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't think so. What's your name, huh? Elizondo. That doesn't sound American to me. Huh? What? Elizondo. Louis. Elizondo, eh? That's right. That's the other side of the border, brother. Do you want me to show you the exit? Just come with me. Me and my friends. Yeah, that'd be a great headline, right? Lou Elizondo accidentally deported to Mexico. Poor Lou Elizondo. That wouldn't happen, right? He's got the connections. He's deep in government business. Probably not anymore now, but he was at some point. Joseph Spain, 5'8". Daryl Cobb says, "Oh wow, I've got to bring other people in." Yeah, please bring everyone in. Everyone go out there, post this on your Facebooks and wherever on the social that has the most followers, where people take you the most serious. Post the stream. Say, hop in, smash the like button. This creator needs support. Okay, he shares close-up pictures of George Knapp's face when he's at his weakest. Follow him now. No, it's fine. I'm just joking. But let's talk about Ashton Forbes. We're going to talk about Ashton Forbes, but first I'm going to read a few more comments and drink another glass of wine. Maybe we need to vibe for a second, right? I tell myself I need to slow these shows down sometimes, right? We got to slow it down. Bring it right down. You feel it? You feel that? That's right. That's right. Hit the like button, says Jethro, and he's correct. Hungover. Yeah, what was the comment? Someone commented earlier on this picture on our Discord. By the way, join the Discord, okay? Join the Sneezing Monkey Cage. It's a great community. It's free, obviously. Let me see, was it here? Oh yeah, here. Fabius M posted it as well, same picture, and he said, "Looks like they're reenacting Weekend at Bernie's with Nap." And then I looked up Weekend with Bernie's or at Bernie's. I wasn't aware of it. And it looks the same. It looks like these people drag this guy around through various parties or something. So that's what that is. Prost, says Jethro. Prost, Jethro. I'm glad you're here. Smash like, everyone. I love you guys. It is Saturday night. We're going to have a good time. We're just getting started over here. We're going to move into the Ashton Forbes segment in just a second. Talk UFOs. Talk mysteries. It's a mystery night, okay? And I really regret that I didn't Photoshop myself into kind of an Art Bell setup. I feel the thumbnail should have been an Art Bell setup with me sitting in it, because that's the vibe I want to bring out tonight. And there's also the option for you guys to call in, okay? If you want to call in, if you have maybe an amazing cryptid story to tell, something that is unusual that happened to you and you want to tell it to the audience, then please don't hesitate to write me a DM over on the Discord. Link is in the description. Join the Discord. It's free, right? It's all free. You just need to install Discord. Free software as well from discord.com. Boom, click it. There you are in the community. You can see me. I'm there. Hey, you click my name. Send me a DM and say, "Hey, Monkey, I want to come on." I have to tell you that one story where my grandma appeared to me in the middle of the night, but she was dead for 15 years. Or I saw a UFO. It flew over my head. Undeniable. Silver disc. Tell me the story. We have the call-in segment activated. That's right. Okay. Read the description, it says. I don't think it's in the description anymore. But you know, just join the Discord. Cheers. What's your honest opinion about alien life, says Dan E-Boy. It's real, but it hasn't been here. I think that's my opinion. There's definitely, if you look at the vastness of space, unless it's all turns out in the end to be some kind of dumb simulation we've been in and none of it is actually real, right? Then of course. But if you look at the vastness of space and we assume that it's real, then dude, there's definitely going to be life out there. There's definitely intelligent life out there somewhere. But at the same time, you have to understand it's going to be rare. And it's going to happen again, people often make this remark and say, like, compare it to a beach of sand. Imagine you lie on the beach, right? And there are so many corns of sand, grains of sand. That's how many planets and stars we know exist. So now you're an alien and you live on this little grain of sand you hold in your hand. And on one of these other grains of sand that is on that beach is also intelligent life. How long would it take you to find that grain of sand, right? Even with advanced search method, it's a goddamn big beach. You need to look at every single grain of sand. You know what I mean? It's gonna take a while. So life out in space are pretty much confirmed. I would say probably 100% confirmed. Life, extraterrestrial life on this planet, nah. Haven't seen anything that implies that, to be honest with you. Edwin Guerrero says, that's hilarious. Joseph Spain says, bro, I can't even see a drone. My skies are empty, says Joseph Spain. Well, I live in London. My skies are not empty. I see a lot of stuff all the time. Very busy airspace. See you in court as well. Okay, Lou Elizondo is suing Jesper. Okay, it's getting off the rails here in chat. There are 10,000 stars for each grain of sand on our planet. Right? So think about that. It's insane. It's an insane amount. So I think this is something that we even struggle to imagine, right? To fathom a number like this. And then to imagine that you have to find that one grain of sand or these extremely rare grains of sand. It just doesn't make sense. So to me, but you know, everyone can believe whatever the hell they want. Limit says, actually, the probability of life in a planet is really, really, really small to happen. Yeah, no, I know, of course. That's also why we haven't found anything yet, right? We've been busy searching for a while, but you never really found intelligent life, or any form of life, really. Even bacteria on a different planet would be, or microscopic life or something would be remarkable. A solar system like this, it's weird in time-space. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Limit. Justinicus. I love that name. Lou, please don't waterboard me. Oh no. Someone has read up on Lou Elizondo's history in, what was it? Where was he? There was this rumor floating around that in Guantanamo, right? Was he not in Guantanamo? Because he was like an overseer in Guantanamo. I don't know if this is true. Okay, I'm just saying this because I read this a while back. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I hope I don't get waterboarded for doing these shows and talking about Lou Elizondo. I feel... should I be worried? It's my question. The season of torture. Jesus Christ. Me Pito Tumba. Brutal. Brutal takedown. Lawyers will be in touch. Lou Elizondo is suing everyone. I think Lou Elizondo is at this point. Limit says, sorry, my English is my main language. All good, bro. No, your English is good. It's all good. Soil Appian says, carbon life. It could be anything out there. It definitely is somewhere. Joshua B says, James Smith, there's life even if this was the first planet with it. It's everywhere after the asteroid that killed the dinos. Yeah, no, I mean, exactly. Bacteria floats around space. You know, the panspermia theory. We spoke about this previously, I believe. So yeah, dude, no man, life is probably pretty common. It's just the problem. Here's the problem, right? It's two problems. First one is the distances in space. We are basically an infant society, right? We can travel to the moon maybe and back, but that's already a huge undertaking. And the idea that we travel space like in the Star Trek universe is at the moment for us unthinkable, right? So that stops us from understanding distances really. It's like if we could spend a holiday on Mars and it would be like, you know, to Mars, that's like a 10-day travel or something, whatever it is, 5-day travel. Then you add Mars. It's like, okay, then you get an idea. But because we can't do this, we have no understanding of distances in space and our position in the Milky Way and how vast and big everything is. We just can't fathom it, right? That's the first thing. And the second thing is, the problem is we get like on average 80 years old or something, you know, that's not good. That doesn't help. If you only get 80 years old, your whole life will always be such a small window into the bigger picture. You know what I mean? Because there's always a bigger picture of what we do, of how humanity evolves and all that shit. So for everyone, just seeing this 80-year window is not helping. So loads of constraints that stop us from fathoming the size of the universe and the context that it puts us in almost. Cheers. Zamolio says, we are currently a type 0.8 civilization. I want to see a type 2 to 3 or 3, but if they were nearby, we would already have noticed them. No, that's true, that's true. I mean, here's the thing, right? We think, oh, look, in all these 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 planets that are close to us, fairly close, there's no life on any of them. It's like, yeah, but that is basically just like you've just gathered 5 sand corns on that beach. There's still the whole rest of the beach. And that's why I gave this example of how people struggle to fathom the complexity and size of this thing, right? Because we're like, oh, their life has to be very rare in the universe because those 100,000 planets don't seem to have any life on them. It's like, yeah, bro, but that's not even 0.00001% of what we have out there. So you can't extrapolate, is I guess what I'm saying. You can't say there's no life on those 100,000, so there's got to be life, has to be rare. It's like, no, dude, that means nothing. In fact, we are here in these 100,000 planets. There's one, you know, that has intelligent life. Can we call it that? It has life on it. Let's call it life. Some form of life living on this planet. So that's good. 1 in 100,000, that would be good. You know, with intelligent life is a good average. Gilbert says, seriously, why does Elizondo dress like he's a bartender at some Berlin queer leather pride event, right down to the boots? That's true, bro. I know what you mean. He has such a weird body shape. He looks like a box. He looks a bit like SpongeBob or something. Like his body shape is like a rectangle, a weird rectangle. This solar system has 3 planets in the Goldilocks zone. Little known fact, says Joshua B. Yeah, that's right. People don't even know what the Goldilocks zone is, but of course I know. You know, space, my forte, aliens. I know that shit. Can't tell me nothing, bro. I know it. Elizondo dresses like a bartender because his job is serving up shit to brain-dead people. Schwan shit, coming right up. There it is. Served hot and steamy. Maybe we should claim semi-intelligent life here. Yeah, I think Sarah Jones is making a good point. It's a bit too bold to say intelligent life on Earth. At this point, at least. Intelligent is retracting. So, semi-intelligent. Early civilization. SpongeBob Squareloo, I like this. I want to see him play the melody with his nose. I want to see that. I'd pay for that. There's a woman astronomer who has been looking at photographic plates taken in the 1952s and found objects in orbit 5 years before there were any satellites. What? Post the link, Dinkum Aussie. Post the link to that, please, on the Discord. I will read into it. I want to see what that is all about. Sounds good. Are there photos? She's getting sued too. Oh no. Oh god, Lou Elizondo suing every single person. This is horrible. Everyone's getting sued. Am I getting sued too about this? I hope not. Everything I said is just alleged. It's just allegations. I don't know if it's true. Jimmy Bongo says, Mr. Monkey, last time I was on your live stream was last June when you sang happy birthday to me. Oh, there you go. 4th of June. Do a live stream again. I'd like another song. Jimmy Bongo. I'll see. I'm not going to lie to you. I will probably not be able to kind of build my whole schedule around your birthday. Okay, that might be a little bit too much. But if I'm here and if it's your birthday, I will happily sing for you again, my friend. Who lives in the UAP under the sea? IA. SpongeBob Squareloo. Very good. Fabius M is good, man. You should turn that into a little AI animation, right? You can do like a first you need a SpongeBob version of Lou Elizondo that he kind of looks like SpongeBob but also like Lou Elizondo, and then you animate it. You just tell the AI, here's the SpongeBob intro, do that thing with that character, and then that's perfect. It's gonna work just fine. Eddie Bongo apparently, says Dave B, had a tattoo of a Muay Thai boxing club that he's never been to. Wow, that's great. It's like he's got the black belt tattooed on his belly, right? But he never been to that place. Good stuff. Borne's Blue says, do you think Corbell's new whistleblower are bullshitter or just dump? I spoke about it in the previous stream. I mean, to be honest, I have a little segment prepared. We're going to get to it later in the show about this as well. Because, I mean, here's the thing. I think it's a bullshitter. He may believe that he saw some stuff, right? And it's turned out, I don't know if you know this, but like it turns out that quite a bit of the information that he talks about, this immaculate constellation stuff, is basically like a war game scenario that the military conducted. You know, we spoke about this previously. Military conducting war game scenarios for all kinds of outrageous scenarios, right? From like really heavy pandemics over to even the theory of a zombie apocalypse where you suddenly have these undead creatures running around, over to aliens landing, right? This is like something that the military and governments explore, and they pay companies to do these kinds of realistic forecasting scenarios. And it turns out that this Immaculate Constellation document seemingly came out of a folder that linked to one of those war game companies. Okay, so it is pretty clear to me, at least, that whatever this guy, what was his name, James Brown? No, that's a singer. Richard Brown, William Brown, this whistleblower, the new whistleblower of Jeremy Corbell, right? Basically, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Just saw something on screen. Hold on a second. Yeah, sorry. Basically, that whistleblower that Jeremy Corbell put forward, he may have seen something. He may have worked for these companies or for all this. So, but with this war training scenario, it's kind of debunked to me, right? I think he saw something. Maybe he wasn't sharp enough to understand what he was looking at, and then Corbell paid him to do this thing. That's my theory, allegedly, right? But that's how it feels. So I think he's not necessarily like a bullshitter in the sense that he's intentionally lying. I don't think, but I think he's lacking context, and obviously like George Knapp and Corbell like heavily like blow the flames on this to get as big as it can, right? It's a little moment of success for them. Black Hole Sun with a 149 Australian. I appreciate that, with the beautiful little cat icon there. Very nice. Also love your owl profile pic. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, Black Hole Sun. Okay, thanks. So yeah, I think that's what it is. And then in the second part, right, another big question is like, why does Corbell and the whatever it's called, Weaponized podcast, release this interview in 3 different parts? Right? It's like, why do you not just release the stupid interview? Just put it out there for everyone to see, and then that's it. But they don't do it. The reason why they put it into 3 parts is because it's more marketable. You stretch out this content over 3-4 weeks whenever it releases. Keeps the momentum longer, more activity on the channel, more views, more money, right? That's ultimately, I think, what it is. They could have just released it in 1 part. They just released the second part of this interview with this alleged whistleblower. In that one, I mean, we watched it in the previous stream. He goes into like religious themes. He's like, God is real, he says. And, you know, he describes humans as these enlightened beings. I'm paraphrasing here, but it suddenly gets all very spiritual. And it gets very new, what is the word? New age kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like he's selling us some new age ideas and stuff. So I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it, but I don't know. Maybe you guys have a different take on this new Corbell whistleblower. Subpoenas in the post. Okay, damn it, Lou Elizondo. He's on fire. He's suing everyone. Everyone in chat gets sued by Lou Elizondo tonight. It's brutal. It's brutal, man. I still think it's funny the hunched over 73-year-old was taller than Lou and Jeremy. It's true. Well, he's kind of on par with Corbell. Maybe a millimeter, but Lou is definitely 10 centimeters down. It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good for him. It's not very alpha, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Fabius M says Ellie Bongo's just mad that he's too short to get on the rides at the theme parks. Sorry, mate. It's like, you see it here. It's like, but come on, man. Come on, man. I'm 57 years old, man. It's like, bro, it's the size. It's not the age. You know, if you're not. But, bro, come on, man. I've been on this one last time. They let me on last time. Don't know why he also speaks with his helium voice. That's what it is. Because he's so small, I guess, right? He's so small that he would speak like a helium because the voice cords are smaller. Anyway, I don't want to get too bogged down on this. That wasn't even my plan to talk about it. Let's talk about Ashton Forbes, okay? So Ashton Forbes, listen, man, I'm not going to lie. It is somewhat fascinating to me that the whole Malaysia Air 370 thing is still going around. I think at this point, it's roughly 1.5 years ago, maybe 1 year and 4 or 5 months, that Corridor crew released their debunk of this video, which was kind of really the initial hard hit that showed that stock footage was used in both, right? In the so-called satellite footage from above, but also the drone footage, that it was animated, CGI. So it's been debunked. Like from 5 different angles. I speak about it every single stream at this point, and I'm repeating myself, so I'm not going to do this today, but this footage has been debunked. Yet, there are people who still believe. There are an increasing amount of people who start to question it and somehow believe that this is real, right? Which is insane, because the debunk is on the table and it is very, very clear. In my opinion, here's the thing. If you want to make a video that says this footage is real, right? And again, like I can show you guys if you're not familiar with this. Today I saw like an extended version of it. It's actually good. It would be good to have that now. I don't know where it is. But anyway, you're familiar with the footage. I don't need to play it for you again. There's this footage. Basically, it looks a little bit like this, where you see the plane itself flying, and then these orbs flying around it, and then the plane disappears. I'm sure you guys have seen it. And then Corridor crew debunked the whole thing, right? This is not how this kind of camera would film a plane. It's just not how it would look. The actual poof in the end you just saw, where the object disappeared, is made from a stock footage, from stock footage. It's been proven. Again, I showed this last time. And then there's this footage you see here of the same event of this Malaysia air flight being teleported away by some orbs that circle around it. And these cloud formations have been found to be stock footage. Okay, so they've been found that, they've been available at stock platforms, and then somehow, because they also don't move, right? The clouds have no movement throughout this whole film. So that's another thing. And then, there are other small inconsistencies, like there's this video here, which I also showed, I think, in my video, where you can see that the plane is passing over the reticle, okay? And I mean, the reticle is burned basically into the lens. The reticle is not like a digital thing, so the fact that this object passes over the reticle, and not just by a little bit, right? You can see... Look at that, like it blocks the reticle here as if a composed object is moving over this image in the back. So it's not just this, and then there are other elements of this as well. Like for example, that it was filmed allegedly. So here you can kind of see the breakdown of the stock footage, right? Like these are all stock photos, they compose them, and then you can see the object flying along here. Being composed over it, so these they all line up, right? The clouds perfectly line up, so it's clearly that someone used the stock footage to animate this over it. And then beyond that, when it comes to the actual night vision or FLIR camera or whatever there is footage that you see here, there's also, I mean, here it's synchronized, right? So you see the satellite footage on the right hand side, and then this is the drone footage, which allegedly show the same event. But the point is, in the beginning you saw there's the drone snout here on the left and then the wing above, and I said this a million times, so I'm going to keep it really short, but like the drone snout has straight edges here. It should be perfectly round, but it has straight edges because it's a polygon. And cameras on these drones are not mounted under the wings. You would never mount a camera under the wing because, as you can see here, about 10% of your screen are obstructed by wing and snout. You don't want this. If you do reconnaissance over a foreign country, you don't want a snout in your footage. You want clear footage. That's why the cameras are mounted in little spheres under the front of the snout here, okay? Because you get seamless footage without shit obstructing it. So it doesn't exist. A drone that has a camera, this type of drone that has a camera under the wing. So there's all these inconsistencies. It is literally like a wave of inconsistencies that exist. And here is Dr. Simon, right? You guys might be familiar with Dr. Simon. He's another YouTuber. Nice guy, like, don't get me wrong, right? He seems like a nice guy and all that. A bit of a quirky kind of scientist kind of guy sitting in his quirky scientist basement, talking about quirky scientist things like UFOs. But he supports Ashton Forbes. Smash like, by the way, everyone, while you're here. I don't want to miss any opportunity of get one single like. I appreciate it. So after all this evidence has been brought forward against this footage that Ashton Forbes still supports, that we just showed you guys, this guy now comes forward and says it. And here's my point. If you want to make a video that says, no, all these debunks are incorrect, right, of this Malaysia Air footage, in fact, I will rebunk it, okay? I will give you what you need to believe in this footage again. Every video who does that should start with, here's the hoax, the debunker's allegation, that's what it is. So you should be like, point number 1, we have found that stock footage was used for these clouds. Here's my explanation why that is. Number 2, we have found that these drones don't have cameras under their wing. Here's how I explain that. Number 3, the footage doesn't link up. That's not how FLIR footage, like FLIR footage looks with the wing and stuff in shot. That's how I explain that. The first 20 minutes of that video should just be about how do you explain these extremely obvious debunks? You know, what is your take on that? But let me guess. That's not what he does, okay? Let's listen to Dr. Simon. I mean, and in all fairness, this is a clip, okay? This is just like a 2-minute 50 clip where he talks about it. Maybe he did open the video by explaining all these, or rebunking all these debunks or whatever. But here he talks about something very specific. Let's get into it. Let's listen what he has to say.
Let's see what connection there is to MH370. I hope you're intrigued. Right, all right. So I have to say, Ashton Forbes has been incredibly tenacious, despite being ridiculed by the corridor crew, who got it wrong, and lots of other people saying, it's a fake video, what's really going on there? But the more he has stuck to his guns, and the more I have tried to help as a broadcast TV professional, looking into the video evidence for him, I see things in it, which means it's not a hoax. 1, it was done incredibly quickly after the MH370 disappeared. 2, I see things in it, which as a broadcast TV professional, looking into the video evidence for him, I see things in it, which means it's not a hoax. 1, it was done incredibly quickly after the MH370 disappeared.
God damn it. There we go. Oh, this is so embarrassing. I was talking for so long. It must have been just quiet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Damn, now I have to roll back. Thank you so much, Giovanni. I appreciate that. You're on mute. Oh, no, chat's freaking out. Oh, no, I'm so embarrassed. What have I done? At least the music could have been running. That was embarrassing. That never happened. But there, everything has to have a first time. So, okay. I roll back a little bit. I think you guys probably heard absolutely nothing of what I just said. So the first thing that this guy talks about, Dr. Simon, is that corridor crew got it wrong, right? Corridor crew got it wrong, and my point that I was making, that I already laid out completely, and now I'm doing it again, is what did they get wrong? What did corridor crew get wrong? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? They just presented, for example, two videos and said, this is your video, this is stock footage, and it lines up perfectly. What did they get wrong about that? So here is this guy, Dr. Simon, and he's like, yeah, well, corridor crew got it wrong. It's like, what did they get wrong? Can we please just briefly dive into that? Because, you know, if you say, oh yeah, Monkey predicted that Bitcoin will go up and then it goes down, then Monkey got it wrong. That's true. You know, I got it wrong. I predicted a thing, but Corridor Crew didn't predict anything. They showed evidence, right, and said, here, this thing is the same thing as the stock footage. How you get that wrong? So that already pisses me off, right, that he says, you got this wrong. But let's keep going. So then he continues to say,
looking into the video evidence for him, I see things in it, which means it's not a hoax. One, it was done incredibly quickly after the MH370 disappeared.
As I said, that is true. It was done pretty quickly, but not evidence that it's fake. It's, you know, maybe people were inspired, morbidly inspired by the events and created that video, these two videos. It's possible.
Too quick for a hoax or a prankster.
No. Not too quick for a hoax or a prankster. It can be done. It was quick, right? But here he is jumping to conclusions. He's like, that was too quick for a hoaxster. It's like, no. If that thing happens and you sit there in the evening with your stoner friends and you're like, bro, nobody knows what happened to this plane, man. What if some orbs, and it evolves, and you're like, we got nothing to do for the next 3 days. So here you are doing those videos for the fun of it, and they take on a life of their own. It's not impossible, okay? It is not impossible. And I think the second video, the one of that satellite, and we're going to get to that in a second, came later. That came later. They were not both released. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they were not both released on the same date. So that's kind of a 0 point that he's trying to make here.
Second, the orbs in it go actually behind the aircraft and through the smoke trail, making Newtonian physics happen in the smoke.
Yeah, mate. You don't know how 3D software works, do you? You don't fucking... Dude. Okay, listen, man. I'm sure you know a lot about... I don't know, man, fixing bikes or whatever you do in your basement there. But when it comes to 3D software, to emulate physics like that, and you've done this before, is not very difficult. You know, to have smoke trails from the plane or smoke trails from these orbs, right? That's something people often say, like, oh my God, look, they're casting smoke trails. It's like, you know how easy to do that? How easy that is to do? Like an orb that moves from left to right in a scene, and you attach like a smoke thing to it and let it emit smoke. You know how easy to do that? That's insanely easy. And then for these smoke trails to interact, a little bit more sophisticated, but if you do animation for a job, then it's not difficult at all. Giovanni with the 5, true words, Monkey Man. A scientist would always provide evidence to support a theory. Dr. Simon, out of order here, right? I mean, maybe he is a doctor, I don't know, like maybe, doctors, you can become a doctor of floristics or whatever for rose growing. So I don't know what doctor he is. Maybe he is a medical doctor, maybe he's a scientist. But the point is, he doesn't know how freaking 3D software works, and that's why he's like, well, it is clearly evidence that because the smoke trails interact with each other. It's like, bro, that's not that difficult to do, man.
Newtonian physics happen in the smoke. Why would a hoaxer do that?
Why would the hoaxer do that? Because you want it to be credible, brother.
And yesterday, Ashton really got me interested. That there's 2 frame rates going on in the video. First of all, the aircraft is 6 frames per second, not boom, 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 boom. Imagine a kind of CCTV frame rate rather than the video signal.
Giovanni with the 5 and Alex Gutzi with the 5. Good one. The Giovanni with the 5 thing is becoming a meme now. I appreciate it. Alex Gutzi with the 5. Let's make that one a meme. Okay, I love you guys. Thanks for the support. Thanks, Alex.
Why is very important. But Ashton pointed out something that you should really listen to. The video is at 25 frames per second. That's because, folks, this is big news, really big news. That's because, folks, it's a screen recording on a computer with a variable size window. The person who screen recorded it carefully cropped it not to share classified sensor data.
Oh, cat running around in the background there.
But he did share the cursor as he was moving around.
So you can, so here, I'm translating what he says, okay? I'm just trying to make this digestible for normal people. He's basically saying that what you see in this footage, right? The famous MH370 footage of the heat signature camera, the drone footage. The footage itself has a lower frame rate than it's filmed at. Hence, someone filmed it off a screen and then cropped it. Okay, that's what he's saying. This is not the original footage. This is someone seeing a low FPS footage on screen, filming it, right? And he's like, this is big news, guys. This is big news. I just want to this is huge news, guys. Okay. Let's see how he ties these two things together and makes us believe that this is huge news.
But he did share the cursor as he was moving around. So the whole recording is 25 frames per second, but the aircraft that you're seeing in the screen recording is 6 frames per second. Why would a hoaxer do that? They wouldn't. It's almost impossible to have multiple screen rates in a graphic, to have a graphic going at one speed and a screen recording of the graphic going at a different speed.
That is an insane statement. I'm sorry, but that is insanely stupid. I mean, dude, you don't need to be able to think further than 15 or something to crack that one. I thought you were a scientist or a doctor or whatever. Okay, like that's such an insane statement to do. So first of all, as someone who has looked at about 1 million UFO cases and photos and dump clips and all that kind of stuff, it is pretty common that you film footage or take photos, faked photos of aliens, of UFOs and stuff, and film it off a screen. Because what it does is it obfuscates a lot of detail in the picture. And let me tell you something. Often when people hoax UFO footage, it lacks detail. If you would see the original film on your computer or phone, you'd be like, yeah, that's a hoax, that's fake. So it's not even good CGI. But if you film that same clip off your screen with the phone, it looks more credible. You gain credibility, and you can say, yo, well, it's because it's a secret base, bro. I can't steal the footage. I can just take my phone out, right? Which is also so nonsensical, you know, that they let you have your phone in areas where they have access to this kind of footage. Like, the whole thing is bizarre. It makes no sense. But it is a pretty common strategy, I want to say, of people who share UFO videos and we've seen it with alien photos in the past as well, that they get photographed off a screen. Okay, so this dude here, Dr. Simon, being like, well, why would the hoaxer do this? They get to obfuscate details. That's why. It's very, very simple. He wants it to be credible, right? He wants to fool people. So that's why he does it. And if he renders this footage at, what was it, like 6 frames per second or something he just said, right? So it's like quite stuttery footage of this plane. The person who fakes this renders the footage at 6 frames per second. And then the person films it off the screen with his phone in 24 seconds standard, 27 frames per second, or whatever the standard is for this kind of footage. You know what I mean? So him being like, this is unbelievable evidence that this plane flies with 6 frames per second, but it's filmed with 24 frames per second. No, the hoaxer just needs to film the final result off his screen. Done. That's it. This is it. That's how you get that result. So for him to be like, oh my God, you can't fake this. It's like, dude, you know that makes no sense what you're saying, right? I have to assume if he's a doctor of any shape or form, like, bruv.
It's in a graphic, to have a graphic going at one speed and a screen recording of the graphic going at a different speed.
It's not difficult.
It nails it for me.
It nails
whatever
it.
We're seeing, and that's a great debate, whatever happened to MH370, whoever filmed it, and whatever we're seeing on the screen isn't a hoax.
And he says that with such a conviction, right? As if it's the ultimate truth. It isn't a hoax, full stop. He hasn't addressed the stock footage. He hasn't addressed the drone, the polygon shapes. He hasn't addressed the wrong-looking camera footage. He hasn't addressed the plane going behind the reticle. He hasn't addressed... there's so much, you know what I mean? There's like 15 points that he should address first. Well, that did it for me. That locked it in for me, you know, that... the footage on the screen goes with 6 frames per second and the footage that films this goes with 24. How would you possibly fake that except you film off your screen? Like, unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is offensively stupid to me, okay? I'm not gonna lie, but let's keep going.
It was captured by a high-altitude Reaper or aerostat, I believe, type of drone, a surveillance drone running a piece of software called Gorgon Stare, which you need to understand. Gorgon Stare is not a video camera. It's not a video camera on a satellite. Like we all think, the opening scenes of Enemy of the State and the NRO, where a satellite's flying over the city and it picks you up and it zooms in, it can read your... No.
So he's talking about Gorgon Stare here, okay? That's the new craze. This is the new thing that Ashton Forbes is pushing as well. Now evidence is it's Gorgon Stare, because here's what Gorgon Stare is. Gorgon Stare is basically camera technology that is a cluster of cameras, and you mount it to, I don't know, a drone or a plane or whatever they freaking mount it to, but it's extremely high. And what it does is it creates constant footage of a huge stripe of land. I'm making up numbers, but you can take 2 miles by 4 miles and you hover over it in a circle, and this Gorgon Stare camera will film everything. Everything in that radius, this 2 miles by 6 miles, everything you can zoom in. It's like a digitally aligned cluster of cameras that creates one big seamless image of that area, right? And you can observe. And it makes a lot of sense, right? That the military would do stuff like this, that they would have a technology that you're just like, I don't want to just film this bridge. I want to film everything around the bridge in case something happens close by. Makes a lot of sense. So that's called Gorgon Stare, okay? That's this technology that films each. So they're claiming that the footage of what previously was thought to be a satellite, right, the one with the clouds, we looked at it earlier, I'll show it to you again, that the footage that shows the clouds, this one here, is basically from recorded with one of those Gorgon Stare Gorgon Stare technologies, right? So you can see the cursor there. That's what he was talking about, right? So the footage runs with 6 frames per second or something like that, but the actual film runs with 24 frames per second. That's what he's saying. And that makes a lot of sense, because whoever created this just filmed his own screen, and that's how you get it. You film it off a screen with 24 frames, while on the screen it runs with 6 frames. Boom. You created that exact illusion he's talking about here, where he's like, that nails it for me. How about you talk about the fake clouds? How about you talk about the cloud clusters? But anyway, so that's the new thing. My theory is they basically know that nobody knows what Gorgon Stare is, so they throw that word around. They're like, the Gorgon Stare, that explains it. It's like, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't, because it still doesn't answer the question of what's going on here with these clouds, right? That it's basically stock footage clouds. And that little poof that you see here is like a stock footage poof, right? That animation here comes from a stock archive. So how about you explain that? How about you don't talk about the Gorgon Stare technology, which obviously does have like one big price that you pay for these huge live recordings is the frame rate. You can only transmit, because it obviously goes through some satellites, all that information. It's a huge data block all the time. You only have 6 frames per second. So people are like, 6 frames per second? Plain 6 frames per second? Gorgon Stare 6 frames per second? That proves it for me. And it's like, why? Why? Like, how would the guy who hoaxed it know that the Gorgon Stare technology only has 6 frames per second? It's like, yeah, probably they didn't. I mean, you're just looking for years and years to find something that matches your little puzzle that you have going on here. You know what I mean? Gorgon Stare, like snakes for hair. Very nice, Roland. I love you getting creative like that. Very, very good stuff. You get a little star on your homework today. A little golden star. Stick it on there. Joshua B, fill out an application. Okay, Tyblee, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Lord, the clouds don't move, right? That's the other thing, right? That nobody talks about in these videos. The clouds just don't move. Yeah, because they are static images. These are all static images, and we looked at it earlier, right? Here it is, right? This is the breakdown. You can look at it even bigger, where the guy literally shows the examples of where the plane is and where the stock footages are, right? So the stock photos. So in the background, these are the stock photos as far as I'm aware. It says up here in the right-hand corner, composite of the 3 images taken from texture.com. So these are stock photos. And I know what you're saying. You're probably saying, well, but the stock photos were uploaded after this footage released. We'll get to that in a second, okay? Bear with me. We'll answer that question specifically. So, and then he shows where the plane is and how it links to that stock footage, and it's identical. You know, it is absolutely identical. There's no doubt about it. And it reuses the footage as well. It's not that one little corner of these images links up with the stock footage. It's like 6 photos that link up with the same image, right? Or whatever it is, 4 or 5 photos. So he clearly took that image and animated. It's a high-res shot of clouds, right? So he animated this plane over it. But it's clearly Gorgon's stare, right? It's Gorgon's stare. So is Dr. whatever the hell his name is, Dr. Simon, what is he doing here? What is he doing? There's a few options, right? Is he too stupid? Is he too dumb to understand? Why does he not address the debunks, right? Why does he not say, okay, stock footage clouds, here's why? You know, because like I said at the beginning, it's like 6, 7 different points that debunk this footage. It's not just one. It's like, no, we're not talking about this, at least as far as I can see from this clip. My theory is he's just milking it, bro. He's just milking it, okay? I don't know how successful his YouTube channel is. It's probably very successful. But like, you are the guy who comes forward and stands with Ashton Forbes. Great. It's like wrestling drama. You know what I mean? You're not even making any big scientific statements here. You're just causing drama. It gets a lot of clicks. You know, he probably knows that he's wrong. Or maybe he never saw the debunks. I don't know what's going on here. It's also possible that he never saw any of it. But I mean, he did mention the Corridor Crew. So he must be aware that the Corridor Crew did a video about it and presumably watched it. So Fabius M says, nah, not stupid. He's playing the grifter game. That's what I think as well. That's my feeling as well. He knows he's wrong. He knows that stuff is debunked and the Ashton Forbes story just holds no, credibility anymore. Doesn't matter. He still falls into that because it gets loads of clicks. That's my theory. As simple as that. YO Cambion says he has. Well, I don't know what we're talking about. Mr. Reckless Ryan. He understands where the views and clicks are. Exactly. And to be honest with you, you have to understand that if you're on YouTube, you have to understand that. You know, to say, you know what, I'm going to side with Ashton Forbes on this Malaysia air flight thing. Dude, that's going to cause a stir up. You know, I'm going to talk about it on this stream. Many other people will make videos about it. His video will definitely do fairly well. It gets lots of comments. People like, I agree with you or I disagree with you or whatever, right? Engagement. So if you want to play the YouTube game and you want to grow your community and channel, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. And I think that's what he's doing here. This is what this is. He's aware of it. He's not an idiot. He knows what he's saying. He knows what he's saying is probably not true. I don't know it, right? I'm speculating. But that's my theory. He knows what he's saying is not true. And he's just milking it. Milking it for clicks. Okay, let's quickly talk about, as I promised and kind of teased, that a lot of people always say, and this is literally Ashton Forbes saying this as well, that the stock photos of the clouds existed only after the MH370 footage was released. Okay, so the footage was released first, and then the cloud stock footage was released to obfuscate the truth. Okay, it's the CIA. The CIA uploaded these files to textures.com afterwards so that people can find them, and then they will not know that it was uploaded before that date, and then they will trick everyone. It's disinformation. It's very, very smart. The CIA is very, very smart. 5D chess level going on here, okay, to obfuscate the truth. Well, someone did the work. Based on those claims, someone did the work, and he or she put a Reddit thread together explaining it, okay? And it's titled Aerial Photographs Existed 2 years prior to the MH370 orb videos, okay? So these photos existed 2 years before the video was released. It is possible that some of these photos were not on textures.com at that time, but that doesn't mean that this guy didn't get his hands somehow on exactly those footage. Or maybe he went on a random torrent website and he said high resolution cloud photos, and he found these images and he downloaded them in a zip pack from a torrent site, right, and used it. And then later, 2 years later, 3 years later, they were uploaded to textures.com, and now people are like, well, they were in textures.com 2 years after. It's like, yeah, here's evidence that they actually existed before that, okay, like 2 years before the footage was released. And I mean, he's like doing a great job here, right? Comparing. I mean, you can see it's identical, right? The little cloud here, little cloud there, floofy cloud there with the straight line in the middle. Straight line is here, little wing on that cloud there, right? It's identical. It is 100% identical, these images. There's no doubt in anyone's mind, I don't think. The clouds in the background are of satellite videos that are from 2012. And I think this video came out in 2014, something like that. So 2 years before, January 2012. So yeah, there you go. So it is basically, that is like just so brutally debunked, that whole thing. And these are the kind of types of straws that Ashton Forbes hangs on to, where he's like, no, it was released later. The footage was on textjust.com 2 years after. It's like, dude, here's what I'm wondering, what I really don't understand, because if you put as much work as Ashton Forbes into this Malaysia air flight thing, you do see these Reddit threads. You know what I mean? I mean, this Reddit thread is when was it uploaded? 1 year ago. Okay, this is not a very new Reddit thread. It's a 1 year old Reddit thread of someone explaining when the photos were first released. And since this was uploaded in the past years, Ashton Forbes has definitely claimed a few times that the footage, the stock footage, was uploaded after the original Malaysia Air footage was released. So do you just not look at it, or do you play like little I can't hear, say, or see anything monkey thing? You know what I mean? Like, is he doing this intentionally? Is he intentionally looking at threads like this? And he's like, no, I will not acknowledge this. Let's go back to my PowerPoint that I'm putting together. You know what I mean? Because like you almost have to do this in order to cope and exist in this space and still claim that it's real, which is wild to me. And this is like, at this point, this Malaysia air flight thing has become such a fascinating story. Giovanni with the 5. Once again, my man, I love you. Professor Simon does not have a PhD, but did teach. It doesn't mean much, dude. I know people who teach, and, you know, what can I say? Doesn't say what subject. If a physicist, he'd be more vocal about his own credentials. Probably you're right. If he'd be a physicist and he would have taught physics as a professor, he would tell everyone about that, right? But he doesn't, so cheers. Let me see. Has someone written to me over on the Discord? Does someone want to be on the show? Who wants to be on the show? We're still doing a call-in segment, okay? So far, nobody has volunteered, but I'm here if you want to talk to me. Oh my God, Francesca's posting the newest, hottest pics from the Eurovision Song Contest. That's why I'm not watching it anymore. You know what I mean? I'd imagine that maybe Gilbert would have some fun watching this. It wouldn't surprise me, let's put it this way. But, you know, young, juicy lads singing and all that. Not for me. I don't think I need that in my life, but who knows. But yeah, he would be much more upfront about his credentials if he would be a physicist. I think so too, Giovanni. I think you're right. Forbes' relevance is tied to this crap, so you can never let it go. Because that's what I was about to say, Johnny Ringo. It is so fascinating to me that at this point, the Malaysia Air flight thing has become such a meme, right? It's gone so beyond the point. Like, it's been debunked over and over again for the last 1.5 years, basically. It's been debunked, right? And taken apart by various people, including myself. It's so commonly known. But now he keeps hammering on, right? To an extent, he ignores the criticism and the debunks, or he gives like very loosey-goosey comments on them that don't really explain it in the bigger picture or answer that question conclusively. But he's been doing this for so long, right? Ashton Forbes, I mean, has been doing this for so long that now it almost becomes 180 degrees, and it has this effect of misinformation that if you just repeat it long enough to too many people, bubbles will form that believe it again. And I think we've reached that point now. I see it on Reddit. I saw other people, or even on our Discord, people were like, even in chat during the last stream, people were like, dude, I've read this thing and it might be real, actually. The Malaysia Air thing might actually be real. So it's been drilling down on people for so long that some of them come around on it again. So, we're getting beautiful pictures here. Is this people on our Discord sharing pictures of the moon that they took? Don't know if Giovanni took this. Who posted this again? Hold on. Roland posted it. So I don't know if Roland posted the wrong subreddit, but this is gorgeous. Damn, man. I used to be able to... where's the moon? Get fairly good moonshots with that camera, actually. This camera that you see here has an incredible zoom. It zooms in really, really far. But obviously, it would never look as good as this, right? Like, this is amazing. Like, all the craters, you can see everything. It's remarkable. Remarkable stuff, man. I guess you have to, because it's a long exposure shot for sure, with many photos composed together, you probably have to track the camera, right? You have to somehow use mathematics or something, which is horrible, to track the camera with the moon. So you need like a small automated gimbal or something that moves with the moon, because you need to take photos if you know. This got so confusing, says Roland. No, it's all good. It's all good. You guys nailed it. Okay, so there you go. Beautiful moon photos. Join our Discord if you want more moon photos, okay? Because that's the place to be. And again, if you want to be on the show, join the Discord. Talk to me in DMs, and then I will bring you on. We can talk, okay? If you have amazing UFO stories to tell. I'm here. I'm here for you. I saw Shoemaker Levi 9 hit Jupiter. God damn it, says Edward. What, like through a telescope or what? Sounds spectacular. Doja Dog says, humans want to believe something, some order or story. Gotta have a cold heart to manipulate that fact instead of earning an honest living. Yeah, exactly, right? It feels this way. Especially, and I said this in the previous stream already, like the Malaysia Air stuff, like, people died, you know what I mean? Families have lost family members, and here you are for years and years propagating this continuous story. It's like, it's a lie, the continuous lie, let's be honest, dude. It's just not true. We found, upon of all the points, we found the wreckage of the plane. You know what I mean? We found the wreckage of the plane. It is painful, dude. It's painful, it's disrespectful, and yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good what he's doing. Stands out, you know, it's worse than Elizondo holding up dumb pictures that get instantly debunked. It's worse than that for sure. But yeah, everyone's talking about the Gorgon stare argument now. That is like the best explanation that people have for this. So there's this guy explaining it a bit better. Maybe I'll play this for you guys because I have to wee. So I'll do that real quick. Board skins. We want board skins. What has board skins done now? I'm too embarrassed. I sound like Elizondo. No, board skins, come on the show, okay? People are... Listen, here's the other thing. People think they have to expose who they are. If you write me a DM and say, hey, I'm in your chat right now, but I will not tell you who you are, or please don't say my name, right? Like, I will not. I will keep you anonymous. So nobody will know. If it's James Smith calling into the show, he says, please don't say I'm James Smith. Cool. I will just say, yeah, we have someone who's watching right now. You know, I will not mention your name. Nobody will know who you are. You can call in completely anonymous. Okay, maybe that gives you some confidence to come on here. But let's be honest, okay? We're all just friends. It's all just a small family of friends who hang out. Okay, so you don't need to be ashamed. But smash the like button. Smash the like button for friendship. The hero we need. Board skins. Board skins. Come on, board skins. I don't... Skin boards. Yes. Bring him on. You guys talk to him a bit more. Bring on board skins. Okay. Bring him on board skins, I would say. Almost. Boom, boom, psh. I know. Very, very funny. But I will really quickly take a wee. You guys can hang out. Okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. That would be my piece of advice for you. I'll play this video for you guys so you can listen to this guy explaining what the Gorgon stare is one more time, because it's a good video. He breaks it down quite nicely. And I'll be back when it finishes. No, I will be back before that for sure.
All evidence strongly indicates that the analyzed video is genuine footage from a Gorgon stare increment 2 WAMI sensor. The visual characteristics, a stitched multi-camera view covering a huge area, with infrared imaging and mixed frame rates, match the documented features of Gorgon stare increment 2 point for point. Authoritative sources confirm that Increment 2 uses a 4-lens, 368 camera array to surveil up to 100 square kilometers at a few frames per second, while outputting multiple full-motion substreams, exactly what is observed in the video's behavior. The presence of an infrared modality and on-screen target metadata further reinforces the identification, since Increment 2 is a dual-sensor EO/IR system designed for persistent tracking. It is highly unlikely that any other system would produce such footage. Increment 1 of Gorgon Stare circa 2011 did use multi-camera WAMI, but at much lower resolution, and with only 5 visual sensors, its mosaic would have been smaller and possibly less refined. Plus, the Increment 2 upgrade had fully replaced Increment 1 by 2015. The video's quality, 720p composite, and the advanced overlay features point to the improved second-generation system. No alternative wide-area sensor, US or foreign, known in open sources combines these exact attributes at this scale. Thus, the likelihood is very high, near certain, that this video is from USAF Gorgon Stare Increment 2 operations or testing.
Right, okay. It's conclusive evidence, bro. It's totally Gorgon Stare and all that. So that's the kind of the conversation that's currently going on. It's definitely Gorgon Stare. Okay, that's what they're claiming. So I was like, yeah, whatever, bro. If that's what you think it is. If that's your new little shenanigan that you're selling to us, it's nonsense. Okay, it's nonsense. It's just a camera cluster. Poop Lover 18 sounds like AI, lol. True, it is. I think it is. Chair stream, yes. Adita Verma. Good to see you guys. Well, look, it brought you out. I did a short chair stream, and here you are, actually finally writing a comment, and I will pour myself a glass of wine just for you guys, okay? Because I hadn't seen you here before, but I appreciate you're here. Aditya Verma, okay? I drink to you, and Poop Lover 18. Great name. Love that. Cheers. I hope you're 18 with that name, but who knows? Maybe you're born 1918. Anonym says, Boardskins, that's why we need your sweet voice. That's true. Come on, Boardskins. Just come on. Why are you so shy? Don't be shy. Just speak to me on the Discord, okay? Drop me a little DM. I'm right there. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for your story, okay? Whatever you want to tell us. I think you'd make a great match. You'd fit right in. And if you sound like Louis Elizondo, that's even better. Okay, that's even better. I think be great. Have a think about it, okay? Have a think about it. Wait, why is there no music? We have to keep the music going. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. It has to feel like a New York ghetto from the 90s at all times. I'm 33. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I get then you know. It's still weird to be a poop lover, but that's fine. I'm not judging kinks here, you know what I mean? That's not what this show is about. Just a camera cluster, but a bit more advanced than what was used in the Matrix. Yeah, slightly more advanced. Look, it is a bunch of cameras that, and I think this is really cool. It really made me think, because this is like such a, I mean, look, man, fuck the military complex and all that. But like, this is a great idea for a software, right? You write a software as a small startup that can basically sync cameras and create like a live feed out of 100 or 200 cameras of like a mile radius. That's great. Sell that to the military, man. You just made $1 billion. You know what I mean? Not bad. Probably good returns on these kinds of ideas and of investments. So if you're willing to do that, right? If you're willing to work for the military like that. I thought we voted for music. Yeah, all right, chill out. The music's back, okay? The music is back. It's right here. Has Jeremy Corbell ever acknowledged that Immaculate Constellation Dog was part of a military wargame scenario? No proof, a real secret program? No, of course not. It's really funny, actually, because that story came out when they released the first part of their interview. Was it Matthew Brown, the name? That doesn't even sound like a real name, right? But their whistleblower. First video came out and they basically exposed it as this war game scenario, right? They basically were like, yeah, that's what it is. And it was very embarrassing. But the problem is they still had 2 more parts that they needed to release. So at that point, it was already exposed, more or less, right? What they were talking about. But now they have to release part 2 and part 3, even it's already publicly exposed. So obviously Corbell cannot acknowledge that. Nah, he has to keep it cool and hope most people don't know and don't believe it or something. I've never loved poop, I'm ashamed to say. Edward. Embarrassing. Who wouldn't love poop? Ashton hasn't got 150k. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows about that, man? Aston. Monkey Boardskins doesn't know how to do it, but I think he's willing now. Oh, yes, Anonym. Okay, so listen, bro. It's very simple. I'll talk you through it, okay? Here's how this works. Are you on the Discord? No, you're not on the Discord, right? I will assume you're not. I'm sorry if you are. You go to your web browser. I'm sure you have a web browser, which you can't see up here. But you type in Discord, discord.com. Okay, you go to discord.com. There it is. All right. That's how it looks. And you download it. I have Windows, obviously. I'm running on Windows, so I click here, download for Windows. You may have a Mac, whatever you have. You click download for Mac. You install it, right, like you would any other software. Just install it on your machine. Don't worry, it's safe and all that. Then you go down in the description of this video once it's installed and click the link. It says join our Discord. Click the link. It will open Discord and throw you on the server. Boom, there you are. And then we can talk. I'll figure it out. Once you reach that step and you're on the Discord, then we can talk. Okay. I'll take it from there. I only miss the music when I get reminded it's gone, says Roland. Yeah, it's the same with me in a weird way. I don't miss it. It's better for recordings. Sometimes I have a music in the background, but then you try to edit a video from it, and it's all in one layer, right? The music is in the main layer of the video, so that's not good. But yeah, so that's why sometimes I keep the music off. Remember Corbell saying his life has been threatened over Immaculate Constellation, says Daryl Corp, right? And this is what everyone's like this. And Matthew Brown, I think, is the... Let me see, I don't want to get the name wrong. I think it is Matthew Brown. Matthew Brown. He also said, like, the whistleblower that, like, his life was threatened and he's so scared for his life, right? And to be honest, I had, like, this kind of perfectly actually... This is the guy. I think he's called Matthew Brown, right? Matthew Brown, yes. The whistleblower, right? We've seen him. His new toy. Corbell's new toy. So that perfectly leads over to the next segment, actually, okay, in which I want to talk about Mick West. You probably saw it in the title, Allegations Against Mick West. Oh my God, what is it? What's going on? Well, most of it links back to this Reddit thread that I want to share with you guys. That makes accusations against Mick West, quite severe accusations, in my opinion. This is the thread in question. It's titled, Is Mick West now calling for UFO whistleblowers to advocate to be imprisoned by Donald Trump's government agents? Okay, so it links to a tweet right here, which is still there. You can read it. It hasn't been deleted or anything. And this is Mick West saying, if Corbell is seeing classified information, that implies violations of whatever 18 of this code and transmitting national defense info to an unauthorized person, paragraph 1924, removing retained classified material, and paragraph 641, conversion of US government property. Okay, so here's Mick West saying, hold on, if he has this classified information, if he's seeing this classified information, there's a bunch of paragraphs in law that make that very, very illegal. You know what I mean? So that's what it links back to, the original Reddit thread. There's another one down here. There's an old adage among lawyers to say, if you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you got neither on the sides, pound the table. So it's an old lawyer's joke. But he's basically saying, or he's raising the questions, are skeptics coming for you or I next if we post classified data without knowing it's here, right? If I post some secret government documents to Reddit, I mean, what's going to happen? Are they going to come for me next or what? And it's like, bro, holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, it's one of those he's so close moments, right? He's so close to getting it. Because that's exactly what it is. These people like Matthew Brown, like David Grush, not that I'm aware, have been arrested, spent their time in jail. Do you know what I mean? So to say here, oh, Mick West makes this almost, that's how I read it at least between the lines, fascistic statement that now anyone who comes forward with secret UFO government information should be arrested or what? What are we? Is this Nazi Germany or what? And it's like, no, that's not what's happening here. what's happening is that, in my opinion, how I read this, is that Mick West is not calling for some kind of fascist structure to lock people up. Mick West is trying to highlight that there are existing laws that deal with whistleblowers, right? That's all he's saying. He's like, if he saw these documents, it's like, it's against this law, and this law, and this law. That's it. He's not saying lock everyone up or whatever. He's just saying, if these would be real government classified documents that these people are publishing or talking about, then there would be severe consequences. That's basically what he's saying. And we've seen it in the past, not just with Snowden and Assange, right? These are my two go-to examples that I always give. But I've looked up for you guys this example I spoke last time where this guy leaked information on a Discord server, okay? Let's break this down real quick. What happens to you if you leak military secret information on a Discord server in this example? And I mean, leaking it in like a public forum, in an interview that's on YouTube is not that different, right? Whether you leak information there or you leak information on Discord, you publicize secret government information. So here is an article from BBC News. Jack Teixeira is the name of the guy. US airman pleads guilty to Pentagon document leak. An Air National Guard member has pleaded guilty to posting dozens of classified documents online in one of the highest profile intelligence leaks in recent years. Prosecutors recommended that Jack, 22, be sentenced up to 16 years and 8 months in prison. While working at a National Air National Guard base, he posted documents to Discord, a platform popular with gamers. Okay, join the Discord. It's got to make you a gamer, like Elon Musk. If you would just join Discord, man, you'd like it's crazy gamer. The material included maps, satellite images, and intelligence on U.S. allies. Teixeira pleaded guilty to 6 counts of willful retention. So he pleaded guilty. Each count carries a maximum sentence of 10 years, right? So this is just like 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information, right? That's what he pled guilty to now. And each one of these counts carries a sentence of 10 years in prison. However, under the terms of a plea deal, prosecutors said they would ask 200 months in prison, blah, blah, blah. At a minimum, he will serve 11 years and pay $50,000 fine. He also agreed to be debriefed by intelligence and defense officials. Oh shit, he's gonna get debriefed by intelligence and defense officials. Dude, oh my god, just think about that. So here's this kid, he's probably in prison at that point, sitting in prison, and here's this big day. They bring him out, he's sitting there, and in come these intelligence and defense officials to debrief him. God, they're gonna take him apart, bro. The stairs that are gonna go around in that room, dude. Holy smokes, you know what I mean? Brutal stuff. Brutal stuff. So anyway, it gives you a rough idea of what happens with you if you release secret government documents, if you release secret government information, okay? If you leak stuff from the government, and it is real stuff from the government, not just the fantasy writing exercise course of your daughter that you read out, okay? It's actual real information. Then this will happen to you. You will be locked up, bro. They will come for you. They will lock you down. They are not gonna mess around. And it's not like, well, if they arrest me, that will just prove that my story is true. It's like, nobody gives a shit. You will be arrested. You're going away for a long time, dude. Okay? Leaking documents that make claims like this, confirm this, immaculate constellation. You know what I mean? Dude, that gets you behind bars at light speed. So that's in and of itself already the debunk for the whole Jeremy Corbell story. The new one, right? That this whistleblower tells any truth, that he's still walking around. Even he says he's fearing for his life, and Corbell is fearing for his life, and everyone's fearing for their lives, right? It's like, oh, it's kind of a good thing. It really lends credibility, because you remember in the X-Files, Mulder and Scully also feared for their life when they saw certain information. So it's good. It's good to fear for your life. Makes it authentic, makes it real. Do they fear for their life? Man, look, maybe they do. I'm sorry if they do. I don't want to disrespect someone fearing for their life. But I don't think so, dude. I think they know full well what they're doing. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know where you know, it's just almost self-explanatory, this whole thing. Do you know what I mean? They're all fearing for their life, but they're all old, gray-haired men. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's actually such a good point, right? They've been doing it for a bunch of years. But for some reason, they're all getting very, very old. Oh my god. Oh, good god. Have you guys heard of this? I don't want to talk video games, but have you guys heard about this marathon thing? Oh my god. So there's this, I'm gonna keep it literally under a minute, okay? It's a wild story. So there's a company called Bungie. They made early Halo games. They made Destiny. And now they have a game coming out soon-ish, which is called Marathon, right? Big game, big studio. You know, the teasers, the early gameplay footage didn't look too great. But now, it turns out, man, that they reused all the assets from this artist, from this girl. Like, in the game, 1-to-1. Look at this shit. This Aleph Dark Space Haulage Logistics, it says here, that is a 1-to-1 copy on that thing. On that object in the game. The same here. It just says Dark Space. They cut the graphic off. It's the same graphic, right? The same up here. They're using the same graphic. And there are so many examples, dude. There are so many examples where they use the exact thing, dude. The exact thing in the game. Shamelessly. This artist, right, then took to Twitter and said, guys, I'm struggling with money, right? I can't afford food and rent. And here's this multi-million-dollar company stealing my assets for their game. Right? Wild, wild stuff. Absolutely wild. And it's not just inspired by that it's close. You know, like maybe, I don't know, like Pokemon and Palworld or something, which also got sued. But like it's identical. The icons down here, do you see this? The icons have just been copied and pasted onto this thing. They didn't even go through the effort of rotating assets 90 degrees. They just slap it on here. Unreal stuff. It is a level of plagiarism that is, I mean, that I've never seen, because they're even like completely unedited and stuff. So, wild stuff. And then yesterday, before all this came out and Twitter exploded over this basically, they already had like a developer stream scheduled. Dude, that stream. They didn't cancel it because I think they postponed it already 2-3 times. Dude, man. This is the, I believe, creative director, art director of the game. Look at the comments, right? He's being like, bro. Miserable, you know. I don't want to, you know, marinate in this guy's misery or whatever. But you can see it's horrible. It's horrible. But anyway, we're moving on. Okay, we're not doing video games. It's not a video game stream, but every now and then. This was a huge story. I mean, for me as an artist, you know, to see a company like Bungie, and they've acknowledged it, right? In this interview, this show, he literally said, yes, we acknowledge that we took this. To be honest with you, in kind of their defense almost, probably what happened there is they had someone responsible for little texture details, right? Like not even an intern, but like a freelancer, this guy who always comes and he's good with this stuff. And you know, it's like, dude, here are these 6 models, they're already done. Can you just add like a bit more detail to it? Little numbers, inscriptions, and this dude, you know, he's working from home. He's like, yeah, sure, whatever, man, I don't know. And he plagiarizes, thanks for the 5, Giovanni. These graphics, right? He just finds them on Google and he's like, yeah, that looks cool. Let me crop that out, slap that on there. Let me crop that out. He didn't even think about it. And that's his fuck up, right? He should have not done that. That is like a big mistake, especially if it goes as a sold product. You cannot do that under any circumstances. But ultimately, Bungie pays the price and the creative director pays the price because they were not aware. They didn't spot the asset and they said, hey, that's from this artist. You know what I mean? So, not saying in their defense, that's probably a bit too much, but it's a wild story, dude. Giovanni with the 5. And that's how You and I need to talk about royalties before you use me as a meme. That's right. Exactly. I would never dare to use Giovanni Agnelli as a meme without his written agreement, okay? We get a lawyer, we both get lawyers, and then we meet, and then we get this agreed. So they fucked up. Bungie is really, to be honest with you, I think this is the death nail for Bungie. Bungie's gonna shut down. Sony will shut Bungie down after this. This is the end for Bungie. I think, it's my theory. Anyway, sorry, yeah, we're getting sidetracked. Quickly pouring myself a glass of wine. And then we talk about a classic UFO photo, okay? A real classic. So don't leave. If you were thinking about leaving because I talk about video games, don't do it. Smash the like button instead, okay? And maybe send me a super chat like Giovanni, because here's what I never mention anymore and I should do more. It's an ad-free show, okay? There are no ads. I leave them off, I could put them on. I don't do it because I want you guys to have an uninterrupted experience. There's no top of the hour ad break. What almost every other creator, have you ever seen another creator that doesn't have ads on? No, you don't. So I do this for you guys so we can have a relaxed Saturday evening without annoying ads. But it means I rely on your support because the only money that I make on these streams comes from super chats. There's no ads. There's no ad revenue. So if you have a little super chat, right, I would appreciate that. Show the appreciation for my content, for the show, for me being here continuously. And we still haven't reached midweek madness. We're missing 4 super chats. So it's about time, ladies and gentlemen. I love you guys. I love you. Super chats or not, okay? You're all fantastic. I just have to say this. It's management up my neck, bro. They're like, you got to talk about this shit. You got to plug those things. I also didn't mention the perks for becoming a member, right? Cheers. If you become a member, hold on, who became a member earlier? Who was it? Uh-oh, I think the chat is gone now. Ah, shit. That's a shame. Was it Anonym? No, it was someone else. Someone else became a member earlier, and I'm very embarrassed that I don't remember who it was. I'm sorry about that. But if you become a member, okay, all previous live streams available as rewatchable, watch-on-demand content. Thousands of hours, probably. You get exclusive cooking videos. I cook in my kitchen, make schnitzels. People have replicated the recipes that I'm showing. They work. They're good. They're delicious, okay? Various German schnitzels, gratin, the monkey burger. I show the recipes. I do exclusive vlogs, members-only vlogs, okay? So that's part of the members package. And you get access to after parties, like after the stream. We do an after party for members, okay? So that's smaller chat. I react more to chat and all that. Sometimes I play a video game. That happens after the stream, okay? Members-only chat. And we have a members-only room over on our Discord that you can enter if you're a YouTube member. So for $4.99, you're supporting me and you're getting all those perks, okay? So consider it. Consider supporting me. I need to eat. My children need to eat, okay? That's ultimately what I'm saying here. My ad blocker gets Saturday night off. Oh, there you go. Well, that's, to be honest, Roland, I make nothing of your ad blocker because it's, yeah. Even you switch the ad blocker off, there would be no ads on here, sadly. Dave Whiteman has heard my call. Okay, it's like the Batman sign in the sky. And sends £1. I appreciate it, Dave Whiteman. Absolute legend. Cheers. Alderstrom says, when will you address the topic of Congress investigating UAP? If there's nothing to hide, then why is the Pentagon needing debunkers' support? Okay, let's talk about this. It's a good point, Alderstrom. I appreciate your comment there. So, this is my theory, okay? You can totally believe anything you want if you think this is real and it is all about exposure of extraterrestrial life. You can believe that. Here's my theory, what you're stating here, if I understand you correctly. So, the Pentagon has admitted that UAPs exist and that they're looking into UAPs. In the same vein, when they made that statement, and that's often left out in the circles of UFOs, is that they said that nothing they found would indicate extraterrestrial involvement. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing, right? So basically what they're saying is, yes, we see things in the sky that are UAPs per definition. They're not identified, aerial phenomenon, but in all of the cases, we later find out it's a blimp, it's a balloon, it's a spy satellite, it's a plane, it's, it's a whatever, Mylar balloon. It's a thing. We can identify all of them in the end, but at some point they're UAPs, and we acknowledge they exist. These UAPs exist. It ultimately comes down to a miscommunication around this term UAP, because a lot of people in the field of ufology and UFOs put it synonymously with aliens, right? They think if the Pentagon says UAPs exist, the Pentagon says aliens are real, and we know they are real. They're not. Okay, that's not what this is. Let me switch to my second camera to be more engaging. Feel I'm slightly, hold on, I can't leave it like this. I have to adjust this slightly. Hold on, the saturation is too high, right? Saturation is too high. I'm trying to, yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave it like this. What are these guys over in you know, in the editing base? What are they doing? They're messing up my shot. It's not looking great tonight. I'm feeling, my confidence is gone in this camera. I'm looking too white. You know what I mean? But anyway, so I think that's why we see these kinds of things. Wait, who asked the question? Alderstrom. So you have to generally understand that there's a difference between UAPs are real and aliens are real. There's a massive difference between those two. And the Pentagon has never admitted that aliens have anything to do with anything. Okay, so that's kind of the crux of it. Atenko, you should sign a promo deal with Corbel Champagne. Jeremy criticizing. My Jeremy criticizing. Well, I'm drinking wine tonight, so. Edwin Guerrera says, yes, but we may be running out of time. Time to join the forces, fam. What are we doing? Is this a recruitment push? Are we pushing for recruitment in the comments for the military? What's happening, guys? What's going on there? Edwin Guerrera says, are you kidding me? They trashed him in the last podcast. Tupa and Red Panda did together. Thanks, I would check him out. I didn't listen to that podcast, but I do follow those guys on Twitter. Corbel Champagne, yeah, I know, that's a bit weird, isn't it? That puts pictures in my head that I really don't want to have in my head. So anyway, yeah, that's basically what it is. But people are calling for these things against Mick West, you know, and I just thought I'll talk about that. Dinkum Aussie with the $7.99 Australian. Thank you for the support, my friend. I appreciate it. Let's get this goal for some midweek madness. Cheers. That's true. Let's get the goal. We have to reach the goal tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Where's everyone? It's a dry night. It's a quiet night tonight. But that's not the worst thing, right? It's not the worst thing. We want to keep it intimate. We want to keep it private. So, you know, I don't want to be one of those streamers where the chat just never stops. Flies through and all that. We don't do that around here. We engage. We talk. And I'm still hoping for... Hold on. I may have some exciting news for you guys. Coming in hot off the press. Hold on a second. I have just been contacted by an incredibly important source of incredible information on our Discord. Okay, let's see what he has to say. Is it an insider, a whistleblower that wants to talk to us live on the show? It could be. Okay, let's see. Mark, you're hilarious. What do you mean? I'm one of those people who are unintentionally hilarious. Like, for example, last week, we reached the super stretch goal, and I did all these tags, right? I still have them here, and I shared some of them with the people I tagged them for. Basically, I did all the Richard the Red, you see all the usernames of people as graffiti tags. That was the super chat on Thursday. But some people have trolled me, yes, and I didn't even notice it at the moment, and then later I realized it, and I was a little bit ashamed. But I'm not ashamed enough to not marinate in it and tell you again. Mike Hunt. Someone said in chat, my name is Mike Hunt. And I didn't realize it. And here I am, little naive monkey. It's like, oh, Mike Hunt, cool name. Let me write that. Well, there you go. Very funny, huh? You guys think that's funny, huh? Monkey not understanding when he's being trolled. Very funny. Yeah? Great. You're all gonna get banned. I'm gonna stream to myself. Nobody's watching anymore. I'm gonna ban all of you guys. Ridiculous. Who did that? I don't remember who it was, to be honest with you. But you're a member, Bank League, so you can go back actually in the video, in the live stream recording, and check it out where it happened. Mike Hunt, I know, it is funny. It is basically, someone said in the comments as well, it's like the Bart calling Mose moment, right? It's like, Mike Hunt, anyone here called Mike Hunt? God damn it. And I'm so embarrassed I didn't even notice it. What can I say? What can I say? I thought you were gone. Francesca's back. Good to see her back. I've been here back and forth. They're announcing the Eurovision winners. Oh my god, Francesca, you're gonna have to keep us updated in the chat. Who are the Eurovision winners, right? We need to know. This has got to be the place where you hear it first. Oh my god. So exciting. Anyway, let's move on with another fun story. Like, for example, the Zwischenbergen Saas-Fee photo. That's right. We're moving over the sea into Europe, and we are basically crossing Germany, going into Switzerland. That's right. And as you probably know, Switzerland has a long history with UFOs. Somehow, I think aliens and UFOs just love Switzerland. That's my theory. They're just really into it. Switzerland, for them, is like it's like Spain for us, right? Like, it's a place you go to for cheap holidays. Like, I'm going to Switzerland. So they're hanging out. That's obviously also why you have all these Billy Meyer photos, right? You guys will be familiar with Billy Meyer, right? Billy Meyer, UFO photographer, a Swiss man. He's unfortunately not with us anymore. And this is the best I can do in terms of Swiss accent. He looked a little bit like this. A funny bearded old man, right? A one-armed man, I believe. I think he lost one arm in the war, if I'm not mistaken. Or part of his arm. But it's Billy Meyer, and he, shared a whole bunch of very, very famous and iconic UFO photographs from the Swiss Alps, I believe it is. I don't think it was Austria. I think it was the Swiss Alps. Loads of pictures. He also described crazy and amazing stories of these blonde, beautiful, blue-eyed aliens, Nordics, right? Landing in aircraft and making contact with him. So, iconic photos. To be honest with you, I'm not sure that every single photo I'm showing you right now is an authentic Billy Meyer picture. But that's how they roughly look, right? You get this one as well. This is, interestingly enough, the inspiration or the root photo for the I Want to Believe poster. It's actually this photo here was the original I Want to Believe poster, and they manipulated it slightly and hung it. Fun story, I can tell you guys. I did a video about this many years ago, but quality content, but nobody acknowledges my quality content anymore. So the video gets no views. But fun fact, so they used exactly this crop that you see here for the I Want to Believe poster, and the origin of it was X-Files. It was X-Files. The poster was designed to be in the show, okay? The poster did not exist before the show and they just hung it on Mulder's wall. They designed it for the show with Mulder and everything in mind. It was basically part of the prop design, right? Of the set piece of his office, right? His FBI office in the original X-Files show. So they designed it. And then Billy Meyer sued. Here's actually a picture. Look, that shows you how the picture looked. Okay, this is the poster. That's the crop. And it says down here, Billy Edward Albert Meyer, Beam, photo number 494. It says down here, okay? So it was Silver Star Center, blah, blah, blah. So he claimed copyright on it back in the 90s, right? When X-Files was huge. He was like, bro, you can't do this. You can't steal my photo for your very expensive show, right? So what did whoever it was, 20th Century Fox or Warner Brother, whoever owned X-Files at that time, what did they do? They changed the poster. But they made it so similar that you almost can't tell the difference unless you see them next to each other. But they stopped using the Billy Meyer photo, right? So let me see. I Want to Believe poster evolution. So again, if you want to know more about this, go to YouTube and search for I Want to Believe poster explained, because you'll find my video and I go into it for like much more detail and it's prepared and I show stuff, different examples of the different iterations. But you can find some of them here, right? So, I mean, look at this. This is clearly very, very different. Different craft, right? Even this one. Very similar, but not identical. This is not the identical picture of the original Billy Meier picture that we just saw. That had like pine trees, right? And you can see they changed it just enough. If you change the plants, the tree line, there was not such a high tree line here on the left-hand side. So, see that? I think that's closer to the original. That's closer, at least in terms of the motive, not the font necessarily. So, very, very different, right? Very different. And there are like 5 or 6 or 7 different iterations that the poster went through. They changed it, and you spot it only a few times in the X-Files and stuff. So, there you go. Fun fact. Knowledge, yeah, that's what this channel is all about. This channel is just education. It's an educational channel. That's what it is, really. Cheers. Sunlight Paradise Glass Art says, Billy roped in his friends to lie for him. I remember seeing a video of a lady that corroborated his story, but she was so obviously uncomfortable, feeling shame and embarrassed. Interesting. I mean, to be honest, if it's just that she feels, or she looks like she feels shamed and embarrassed, that could also be because she's talking about like alien spacecraft. And, you know, some people are ashamed about this stuff. They feel shamed. Shamed when they have to talk about this, you know. So. Humans want to believe in something, hence the grifter's comment, says Doja Dog. I mean, ultimately, you're right. Ultimately, I think that's exactly what it is. It is that simple. It's like people want to believe, and so someone will sell you something that makes you believe, right? The Catholic Church is, many churches, many religions are a similar concept. It's like people in moments of need, people in certain situations in their life look for these kinds of anchors. And it can be religion, it can be UFOs, it can be spirituality, it can be, you know, anything. New Age garbage gives you that anchor to hold on to. It could be a sect, right? It could be Scientology, for all we know. So you can, you know, it gives you that anchor. You look for something, you find it there. Because ultimately we are all looking for something, right? But I have this one friend. It's quite remarkable, right? Kind of grew up with him, a good friend of mine, and he's this guy. He's searching. He's always searching. He always moves around to a different country. Then he buys a camper van. He earns very good money because he's like a software engineer and he's like programming from wherever he sits, and you know, works. So he's making good money or something. But like still, he's like it feels like his whole life is just a search. It's like this thing he tries to find, and he doesn't even know exactly what it is. And you know, he's not into religion or UFOs or something. But some people do that then, you know, when they're in that situation in their life, in that moment, they turn to ufology and choose to believe that almost, right? And then I'm not saying it becomes dangerous, but then it becomes a fanatic thing sometimes, right? Where it's not differentiated anymore, whether that makes sense or not. But let's talk about the Zwischenbergen SARS-Fe UFO. I've given you a little bit of an warm-up now with the Billy Meier case, because it feels like this image that I'm about to show you, which is a famous UFO photo, comes directly out of the Billy Meier Bible. That's how it feels, right? So let me show you. Here we go. I'm going to resize it slightly. Famous picture alert. Sharp picture, right? Surprising that we don't get more pictures like this. And now that we all have smartphones in our pocket. So often this picture appears in, like, for example, best UFO photo videos, you know, compilations where people talk about, you know, the best UFO pictures they can find or whatever. That's where they show this picture. And, you know, there's good reason for it. It obviously is rather sharp. You can see the detail, and it's just a crop. It's a crop of a much smaller picture. That is the full picture. And you can see why I'm referencing Billy Meier here, right? Because that literally looks like a Billy Meier photo. That is the same thing. Now, I've done a little bit of research, okay, about this photo. And there is actually quite a bit of story around it. I'm going to bring it up for you guys because it is somewhat interesting. So here it is. Someone went through the effort, what looks like in the 1990s, to write a website that looks like this. The Zwischenbergen Saas-Fee photo. It is a photo that was taken in Switzerland. That's right. That's how people speak in Switzerland. So I won't read the whole thing like that with that voice. I don't think that would be a good idea. So here it says, this is the context of the picture. On the afternoon of July 26, 1975. Okay, so that somewhat corroborates with Billy Meyer. Let me see when this was. Billy Meyer photos. Wikipedia. Oh my God, hold on a second. Sotheby's. I just found a link to Sotheby's, and they're selling vintage Billy Meyer photos. And I mean, Sotheby's is like an auction house, a very, very well-renowned, prestigious auction house, right? So, wow. UFO sighting, 6 vintage photos taken by Billy Eduard Albert Meyer in Switzerland from 3rd of March 2014 to 1975. Okay, so exactly the time when Billy Meyer was active and sharing those photos is also the time when the other photo I just showed you guys was taken. Hold on, where is it? Hold on. There, this one, right? You know which one I mean. This one. Same year, 1975, right? Both pictures. So it could almost look like, and by the way, someone then found the exact location, right? This is the exact location. Where another photo, I think like 6 years later, he went there again, took that photo of the same place. So it's a real place. The photo has been analyzed. Let's talk about that. It has an interesting story. So the story is broken down here in this little write-up. And it says here, in 1975, same year as Billy Meyer, 3 Dutch hikers were about to take on the last kilometers of a 2-day mountain trip in the Swiss Alps when, approximately at 3 p.m., they allegedly encountered a circular object hovering in the air in front of them. According to witnesses, the unidentified object seemed to be made of some sort of metal, not unlike aluminium. It had a dull gray color and its shape resembled that of an inverted soup plate. A bit of a hint there already, you know, kind of almost spoiling it there with that little soup plate comment. According to witnesses, the strange contraption was at least 15 meters, 50 feet in diameter. So 50 feet in diameter, okay, big object. And appeared to be suspended over the small village of Zwischenbergen at a distance of 100 to 500 meters, which is 328 to 1,640 feet. One of them succeeded in taking a color slide of the phenomenon. Immediately after the photo was taken, the object started to move and glided behind the trees where it disappeared from view. That's unfortunate, huh? Just disappeared, only one picture. So here's the much publicized Saas-Fee UFO from 1975. Could also make a nice, I want to believe poster crop. You could crop into that. A picture from 1989. Okay, so what is that? 9 years later. No, 75, 80, more. 14 years later. What's going on? The witness took the photo from almost exactly the same position where his brother was stranded. He took the famous photo 14 years earlier. To give an idea of the distance, the tree immediately to the right was 115 meters away. So this tree here is 115 meters away. They measured the distance. But here's one thing that I want to point out to you guys. Just a base observation before we move forward of this photo that you can use in the future as well if you want to estimate these kinds of things. So if you look at objects in the distance, right? One thing that happens with objects in the distance, if they are outdoors, and they are like this 100, 200, 300 meters away, is the intensity of the black of the object in the photo fades. It fades. And you can see this perfectly on the left-hand side here in these trees. The color of these trees, right, is almost a bluish green. I don't know if you guys can see this, right? Let me zoom in a little bit more. Can I zoom in? I'm not sure it lets me zoom in here. Just gonna go a little bit like that. Okay, so you get an idea. Look at the color here. This color has like strong blue taints in it. Yeah, you can see that. It's faded out. It's not a strong, stark black. But you know what is a stark black? The bottom of this disc. The bottom of this disc of the UFO is a stronger black than what you see here on the trees. And I guess what they're implying is that this UFO that you see here was hovering in the distance over this village, right? This village that is behind this tree line, you know, this ledge here. And so that would mean this huge object is actually sitting behind these trees in terms of the distance. But that makes no sense. Because if that would be the case, then this UFO, the black in this UFO, would also have an even more blue faded taint to it. You know, the extreme are the mountain ridges that you see in the distance here. They are so far away. They are also black. They would, if they would be close, really close, they would appear black. But they don't, because they're far away. They are almost like filtered through the atmosphere. So objects further away will appear more faded and have blue mixed into their dark shades. And that's not the case here. So that tells me the object is close, okay? The object is close to the camera. Francesca says, Austria did really well, both judge and audience vote. God damn it. Why am I even talking? I feel like I'm talking to nobody here. Because everyone's just like, oh, the Eurovision Song Contest. Did you see the wig that the Belgian candidate was wearing? Dude, we're solving amazing, world-changing puzzles here, okay? In the world of ufology. By the way, check merch, smash like button. If you're not familiar, merch has launched, okay? You can see it here. This is one of our beautiful t-shirts, an adaptation of the channel icon, right? It's an alien version of me. It's beautiful. You can get it for girls, get it for boys. There are many other motives for you to choose from. The link is in the description. Merch has just launched, and they won't be there forever, okay? Certain products will probably disappear over time. So go check it out now. If you want to get some merch, get it while it's still there. Cheers, guys. Happy Saturday. Black Hole Sun says, where do you see the current wave of seeking/desire to believe and trend of hunger for tribalism, culturalism going in the near future? Cynical trend that will resolve itself for practical reasons? I have to wrap my head around your point here really first. Seeker, desire to believe, and hunger for tribalism. Where I see this in the near future. I mean, to be honest, that depends on so many factors, right? So let's just boldly assume that the world is not going to tomorrow suddenly be all rainbows and unicorns, and it's not going to be great. So, because okay, look, we're going on a bit of a tangent here, because I do want to reply to your question. This is my opinion, but I think a big reason why we are all living in financially challenging times, right? Like, not many people have no worries about money at all. Most people have some kind of money problems or debt, or they don't know what their retirement is going to be. You know what I mean? Like, loads of people have problems and challenges with money. And with that, with the challenging times that we're living in, and they will probably get more challenging, people are going for these kinds of answers, right? People are running, and they want to be part of something bigger. They want to be. We spoke about it earlier, right? Like, in a way, I already answered it. Speaking of, like, whether it's religions or ufology or Scientology, right? Or anything, right? Anything that people come down and become part of this tribal thing. I think it's going to get more intense in the future. I think in the next 15 years, we're going to see more of it, and it's going to be more people doubling down on it, on this particular belief that they choose, right? And to be honest with you, we can see it in politics right now around the world, where a lot of people, deny obvious truths, right? Because their dear leader said so. And it's not just America. There are other countries where similar things are happening. So, people have a desire to be part of a bigger thing, and they will make that happen. Beanie, good to see you. I'm glad Beanie made it. Beanie just woke up, so you gotta forgive her. YOY Fool says, there will be an excuse. And what are you guys talking about? The Eurovision band from Iceland are tall whites. Oh my god, really? I want to see them. Let's do an investigation. So wait. So that's Eurovision. Which country was it? The tall whites from Iceland. Okay, we're doing an investigation, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. Wait. Oh, that's them? That was that the Iceland? Is our budgets that short this year? We're wearing like aluminium foil clothes. There it is. Wow, look at that. He's scaling through them. What a performance. What a show. That's remarkable, dude. We're gonna get copyright strunken for just showing that little clip there. For sure. Here they are. Is that them? That's gotta be them. Here. They do look like aliens, dude. Holy shit. It's a fair point. I mean, down to the suits, right? Down to the suits. That's exactly what aliens would wear. They show the heart. They've got the whole... I mean, why do they not take off their glasses? It's pretty... Maybe they do have the big almond-shaped eyes. Maybe just weird, different, borderline non-human eyes. You know what I mean? Something's wrong with their eyes. But that's a good theory, that those guys are actually aliens. Nordics. The ones that Billy Meyer saw, you know what I mean? The circle closes. There it is. Was Mick West's topic brought up already? Paul Kirby asked, and I tried to answer, but I couldn't find the timeline. Yes, it has been brought up. I spoke about it. It's basically about people accusing him that he's calling for whistleblowers to be imprisoned. I talked about it earlier, so I don't know when. An hour and a half ago, I'm guessing. They were the Icelandic JIT. What the hell are you guys talking about? Honestly. This Eurovision Song Contest thing is derailing my show big time, and I'm not appreciating this. I think I have to make a few phone calls. That's just ridiculous. Lizard people have black eyes. Oh, speaking of lizard people, okay, many of you don't know this. I'm currently working on a new mix. If you go to YouTube, okay, and you type in lizard people records, right, and then maybe you need to search for channel. No, but it comes up second here. Look, 84 subscribers. We're extremely small. Okay, we have no subscribers. We need you now. Click Lizard People Records because it's a place where I record music and mix it, okay? And this might look ridiculous right now. It probably does. But I do music and I mix them. It's like 1 hour videos of me mixing music, right? Like house music and stuff. House music. But it's like very deep house music. It's great to listen to while you work. It's not too aggressive. So, subscribe to Lizard People Records, please. Okay, we need you. Lizard People Records needs you now. Retitle the stream Eurovision Drama and Controversy, says Black Hole Sun. That would probably bring in quite a few viewers, but we would lose everyone else. And I do want to talk about a few more things on my list, so we can't do that. I thought you'd almost given up on Lizard People, says Beanie. To be honest with you, I think all my friends that I'm doing it with, they have given up on it. They're not doing content for it anymore. It was really just one friend anyway. We could have done more with it, but it's too sad. I don't care. It gives me a reason to record a new mix. You know, I've got a few ideas. I'm going to record a new mix. I'm going to upload it there, and then nobody's going to watch it, and it's great. We all high five, and that's it. I love Lizard People Records. It's a great place. Rein it in, monkey. Dish out the punishment to the Euroboards, lol. No, it's fine. Everyone can watch it. If people enjoy the Eurovision Song Contest. It's one of these things. It's almost a little bit like these gaming shows that happen during E3. You're very excited, and then you watch the show, and it's just a massive disappointment every single time. You know, it's like, ugh, this sucked, dude. Why did I even watch this in the first place? Every time after you finish it. But that's just me. Lizard People Records. Yes, Pony Boy, bro. Please subscribe. If you like house music, dance music, deep house stuff, musical journeys, mixes, listen to it while you work. Lizard People, okay? Lizard People Records on YouTube is the place you want to be. Listen to my music and my friends' music too. I question the computer of Google, says Dan Peter. What, in general? I just realized the music is still on. See, Roland, I've made it disappear. It's like that Japanese shadow theater, right? Where they use these shadow silhouettes, but they actually stand on stage, the people who control them. But they're doing it so well that you forget that humans are on stage. Uh-oh. The stretch goal of Midweek Madness is running out, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're not going to make it tonight. 9 seconds to go. Uh-oh. I don't even remember how many we got. 11? Oh no, the mid. This is the first time. Well, okay, it stays on. Fine. We need 3 more super chats and then we'll make Midweek Madness. I'll extend it, but the 3 hours have now run out. I think I set it to 3 hours. Victoria with the 5. Go! Thank you so much. Okay, it stays up. It will count. It will count. I don't know if the counter goes up, but that will count for sure towards the 15. Okay, so Midweek Madness. 12 out of 15. It's not changing, but let's just say it's now 13 out of 15, okay? Obviously. Maybe it's not counting towards the goal anymore, but I will make it count. So 13. We need 2 more. Anyway. The other last point that I want to make about the picture that we just looked at and that we read about, this one, is there's a few more obvious things that I read while talking about this. Like, for example, the 3 men also on that same day, they said that they apparently witnessed a strange light in the sky overhead before setting off on their 2-day hike holiday. So the light they had referred to, they referred to it as an alien and or as a UFO. So you might say, well, that could be the same object, right? If they see a light in the sky. But actually, I think there's an argument to be made about the exact opposite. They may have seen a light in the sky, and it could have been a lot of things. Plane, you know, whatever it was. I mean, it's 1975. I guess there were some early satellites as well. Maybe, I don't know. But they saw something that they were not used to. So they saw light in the sky. And then later, that can actually possibly inspire them faking this UFO sighting. Sarah Jones, while I'm drunk, LOL. I appreciate it, Sarah Jones. Drunk or not, I really appreciate the support. I hope you won't regret it, okay? Obviously, if you don't have any money and you're like already short on money, don't send me super chats, okay? I don't need to say this. I love you guys all the same, okay? But thank you, Sarah Jones, for the support. £5 out of the motherland, okay? The motherland of England. I need midweek, okay? And there we go. That unlocks it. Joshua B with the 5 US. Unlocks Midweek Madness. That was enough. You guys made it. Okay, so there we go. I appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. 15 out of 15. That's right. Bullseye. I love you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday, wherever you are. I know that Beanie is, for example, in Australia. I know that a few others are as well. We have lots of people in the US. My little diagram almost tells me that most people are in the US, but second amount of people viewing this channel are in the UK. Right? The second most group of people that watch my videos are in the UK. So there you go. Statistics, insight, yeah? 9:15 a.m. enjoying my coffee. Jesus Christ, Beanie. Is unbelievable. I swear, this can't be right. Something's wrong with Australia. It cannot be 9:15 right now. That just makes no sense. I know time zones and the Earth is a globe. But what if the Earth is flat? And it makes no sense, Beanie. You have to explain this to me, honestly. But anyway, a little bit more. So one more point. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my segment there. Hector M. Hector M. Just Hector M with the 9.99. Thank you so much, Hector, dude. What a legend you are, dude. How much did I miss? He just arrived. Hector just came in. You didn't miss too much. You missed all of it, to be honest with you. But we are looking at a specific UFO right now. One specific image I can show you. Okay, is this image right here. Taken in 1975 in Switzerland by a bunch of Dutch hikers, allegedly, and we're just kind of dissecting it. We are like analyzing it, okay? Because there's a whole article about it that we're reading. The other thing that's also kind of suspicious is that when they had to submit this photo as a negative, right? Because obviously 1975, a lot of people probably don't even know what a negative photo is of you guys, because you all grew up with you know, digital cameras. So you would take a photo, right? Snap it on your camera there, and then you would take it to either develop it yourself or take it to a place that develops it, and they would turn your photos into these negatives, okay, that look a little bit like this. So a little stripe of single images. So each little image would be sitting here in one of those, and then you can put them into a small machine that exposes it onto a well, canvas, photo paper kind of thing that reacts to the light, and that's how you got your photo. So these guys who took this photo, right, the UFO photo we're talking about here, were asked to submit the negatives, right? And as you could see here, the negatives come in stripes, right? So it's like here, these are the stripes of negatives, mostly in a roll, so they're all connected, of that day. It's like 24 pictures per film. Here's the roll, all the negatives there. Well, guess what? What the negative before and after this UFO photo, this alleged UFO photo, was missing. Right? So it's like, okay, look, man, I don't know why, what the reason for that is. Never was a reason given, but that's sus, bro. You know, that's very, very sus. The other thing is that I read that on that day, on that film they submitted, they took several joke photos, these Dutch hikers, including one with a rock that had clothes on, you know, and like they paint a smile on a rock to make it look like a person. So it may just be that they were in this kind of mood to have fun with photography, and that was one of the, what about if I throw this plate, bro? Right? Or maybe they attached it to a string, and then the picture before and after showed the string, so they cut that out of the negatives for some reason. I'm speculating here, obviously, but... However, analysis of the picture suggests that it's a real photo, okay? And it's great because you scroll down here on this article that talks about this particular famous photo. And this is an interesting thing as well. Corroborative evidence, question mark. This photo was taken less than 50 kilometers away from the city where it was taken, Zwischenbergen, but on the same afternoon. So the same afternoon someone photographed that. Now I think this is probably a bird, to be honest with you. If birds have the right distance and that kind of blurry photography, they can look like that. It could also be one of those paragliders, right? Like they did that in the 70s. Basically a parachute and you jump off the rock face and glide down into the valley. It does look a little bit like that, you know, like this slight curved sausagey thing. But anyway, so people are like, is this corroborating evidence? And then they actually give this great reference here of this camping plate that they're showing, which, to be honest with you, seems like so spot on after everything we just discussed. Aluminium camping plates like these make convincing flying saucers when suspended or tossed in front of a camera. See examples of fake photos. Okay, so let's see. He's linking some photos here. Let's see. Okay, so they are... Hold on. These are all fake photos? Yeah, is that what we're saying? This is great. Look at this. This looks really good. This looks almost identical to what we just looked at. Next picture, also really good. But again, notice how dark the object is, and even the hills down here seem lighter in terms of its black shade, right? That the object is darker. That implies the object is closer to the camera than these hills. James, thank you so much for the 10. James Smith, I appreciate the support, my man. This is my last 10 pounds. My children won't get milk tomorrow, but it's worth it for midweek madness. To be honest, we've already unlocked it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, dude. It's very much needed. My kids do need cereal milk, so they'll get some tomorrow. I would share. We should share the cereal milk, but I appreciate the support, James. Thank you, my man. And I hope your kids still get some milk with their cereal in the morning. So here it says as well, convincing flying saucer photos are easily faked by tossing a flare or flat round object in the air and pressing the shutter. So loads of examples here. These images are all fake. This is obviously a reflection, right? This is the Elizondo moment. It's a reflection of some lamp on the ceiling. This one also looks almost like a reflection. 2 images there. Oh, it's a crop. We're cropping in. So people throw objects, okay? People throw objects. This really looks like a frisbee. There's the guy, right, that they cropped out. That's the other option. Why the other photos were missing from the negatives. Because maybe on the other photos you saw the guy throwing it. And this one image that we saw now is the only image where the object is like in the right place. You know what I mean? It's like in the exact right spot. It looks somewhat convincing. So I think that's what it is. I think these guys were in like kind of a fun mood. 3 Dutch hikers having a great time, doing a 2-day hike. This is fun. You know, they already take photos of all these ridiculous objects, right? Like rocks with clothes on, and they're already in this kind of jokey mood. It's like, mate, how about I throw this thing and you take a photo like a UFO? Have you seen the Billy Meyer pictures, which were in the same year? Big thing, big story at the time. Yeah, man, let's do it. Boom, picture comes out. And that's how it came to be. That's how it came to be. Okay. People. Another story about people rather than UFOs. Wow. I wouldn't have known this, but a lot of these look fake, says Teen Titans Jess. So I think, to be honest, what we just looked at, these photos that kind of all look similar with like these objects, right? I'll bring it back up for you. You know, there's a certain aesthetic to these pictures, and the aesthetic, like a key element of the aesthetic, is that it looks real, right? It doesn't look like a cheap Photoshop job. It looks somewhat real, but this is actually great, right? Look at this. This is just like, what is it? Like a bubble in a foil on a window or something, right? But if you photograph it slightly out of focus, get the focus in the background, it looks like a weird blurry disc there, right? It's perfect. This is obviously just a cloud. Oh, are they talking about this one here? I think these are reflections from inside the cabin, right? It's in the plane. A fireball seems to crash into a building. In reality, this luminous display is a lit cigarette lighter that was moved in front of the camera during exposure time for a few seconds. Right, so another example of how you can create an effect. So it's just a bunch of images of how you can create it, and I think it's pretty convincing because the object we're looking at here literally looks like a plate. It in fact looks like they chose the cheapest, most broken plate they had, because it seems to have a bit of an indentation here on this side, right? It doesn't seem to have a perfect shape anymore. So they're probably like, yeah, take that plate, mate. That's like the broken one. That we're gonna throw that away anyway. Boom, crossing it, you know, throwing it, taking that picture. Great story though, a kind of famous UFO photo, but now you know it. Now you're aware, okay? You have been equipped with the weapons you need to debunk this picture. It is someone throwing a plate. That's what it is, okay? Too many indicators. Looks like a flying bowler. It says, yeah, a little bit. My first computer was a C64. Nice. That's good, man. My first computer was an old... I mean, it wasn't mine. It was my dad's computer, but the first one that I really interacted with. A 386 computer with Windows 3.1 on it. The good old days. It had Paint there, so I used Paint. That was fun. Played around with it. My dad had another painting program somehow. I played with that as well. First contact with computers. Good times. Now the kids, like my son, they're all iPads. They do Zoom conferences for their learning and stuff on computers, but most of the time they run to the iPad. At least mine does. Looks like my dog bowl. Yeah, it does, right? It somewhat looks like a dog bowl, I agree. Not even a lie. .3 was rough. Well, you know, I appreciated it. Windows 3.1. You have to understand, at that time we came from DOS, right? That's what we were used to. We were looking at DOS interfaces, which is basically just text all the time, right? It's just text on screen. So, hold on. So Windows 3.1 was already like a big step up. I remember how excited I was. Wow, this is not good. I thought he's going to capture the screen. Windows 3.1. There we go. Okay, this is a software showcase of Windows 3.1. That's how it looked. But I remember the hype when Windows 95 was announced and we would be seeing Windows 95 for the first time. Dude, man, it looked so futuristic and cool. The start menu, that was the first operating system that had a start menu, right? So I was hyped. I was asking my dad, I was like, when are you going to get Windows 95? We need a machine that can run Windows 95. We need it. I didn't know why, but I wanted it. Okay, Minesweeper, look at that. Look at that beauty, right? So that was the first interface that I played with. I remember that screenshot of the Windows logo. No videos, right? There was no videos. It's not like when Windows 95 launched, you got that Weezer video, right? Nothing. In Windows 3.1, you had nothing. This is what you had. Paint. And I would be painting pixel by pixel landscapes. I wish I still had some of the art I created at that time. I really put some effort into some of these art pieces. I remember I painted like an underwater base like several layers of like UFO-shaped objects, discs sitting underwater on top of each other, and it's like a little city underwater. I painted that. I put a lot of work into it with paint. So good times, man. Windows 3.1. Darth Vader. When I was in the Air Force, we used to send up hydrogen-filled balloons that were deliberately made to look like flying saucers. They were designed in such a way we could track them by radar. Interesting, interesting. But why would you do that? Why would the Air Force invest money in balloons that are designed to look like flying saucers? What's the thinking behind that? I'm just curious. Did they want to mislead people? Is that what it is? Wonder if it runs Leisure Suit Larry. It would not run Leisure Suit Larry. It couldn't run Doom. It was too much. Nothing runs on a 386, you know, at that time. Not good, man. I wasn't happy. I couldn't play Doom. Very sad. I stopped using computers on 1989 and then started chasing girls. Why oh why fools? Why oh why fools has chosen the fool's paths. No, that's fine. I get it. I get it. Girls are nice and all that. I understand. I can believe that if people think they are UFOs that cover up that test aircraft, says Sarah Jones. Yaha says, I was in the Hot Air Force, aka Big Talkers Club. Alright. Dinkum Aussie, why fools? I would sell at the Commodore users group. A lot of members hated me. They would hear my 1451 floppy formatting and knew what was going on. There you go. The sounds of the good old floppy disks, man. Even they had like even larger black floppy disks, right? In the Commodore 64. It was before the 3.5-inch floppy disks. Large floppy disk. Again, a lot of people, the younger audience, if there is such a thing, will not even remember this, right? They will not even know this existed, see? It's like these are huge floppy disks. Look at them. You know, and they were very thin. About as thick or thin as like a piece of cardboard, like a thick piece of cardboard. You know, they were really thin. You could slot them in. And I remember before that, you had another thing. You had these cards that had holes in them. Okay, like some people were still running that at some point. So I knew the woman who basically for the German CIA, right? She was managing the IT in the 1980s and 70s for the German CIA, the equivalent of that. And they would be storing all this information, the case files, everything, on these hole punch cards. Okay, it's like punchy cards like this. You feed it into a machine, and it's basically an analog floppy disk, right? Because the holes in the card will contain certain information. So you would have some kind of giant futuristic machine that would be able to read out these hole punch cards, and there would be basic data on it. I don't know how many kilobytes each one of those cards could communicate, probably less than one. But remarkable stuff, right? So that's almost the predecessor of these floppy disks we just looked at. German CIA equals Gestapo. Not really, no. That's long after the war. But you know, 70s and all that. IBM, yes. Yeah, IBM was already in the game at that time, right? I mean, look at this. Look at these pictures of happy women running these hole carding machines. This is probably my friend, the woman that I know, who did that at the time. It's a friend of my parents. Those large floppies could be notched so you could actually use them on both sides, says Dinkum Aussie. That's interesting. I didn't know this. Interesting. Kilobytes. Yeah, really. Like it couldn't, like probably a card like this. I mean, how many holes can you punch in? How much information does that equal to? Not much. It's a bunch of zeros and ones. It wouldn't even be a kilobyte, I don't think. I think 8 bits, says Joshua B. That could be it, yeah. Ramsey Snow. Hey, my God. Look, Ponyboy818 with a 19 US, my man. I drink to you. Thank you so much for the support, Ponyboy. I really appreciate it, dude. It is Saturday night. It makes my night, okay, the support of the US. It's been fantastic. Cheers. Goes out to Ponyboy. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend, my man. Thanks so much for watching, and thanks so much for your support. It keeps the lights on, okay? You are these people who make me come back. We've already unlocked Midweek Madness, but generous donations like that, obviously, it's a motivator for me to come back, and I'm hyped for Midweek Madness now because of Ponyboy, okay? Legend. Thank you so much, dude. Legend. Ponyboy be ballin', that's true, 100%. What that guy wrote about scientists discovering objects before existence of satellites is what I was telling you. She called transients. Yes, I did bookmark this somewhere. I saw this. I don't know where, Ramsey Snow. Did you send this on the Discord? Right? This scientist who says they discovered objects in space long before satellites were a thing. And I think I just said to you, like, share the article. Did you post it? Did you post that on the Discord? Let me check. In here maybe? UAP. Oh look, nice. There's a Louis Elizondo SpongeBob. Someone generated it with AI. It's just a bit disturbing that he's got two faces, but it really should be merging into one. Like that face should just be replacing. I mean, this is pretty good already, right? He's got the beard down here. You can see that the AI was trying to merge it. The AI was like, yeah, we can squeeze this face in there. Under the sea. Yes, join the Discord. Link in the description. Okay, you get quality content like that. Damn it. The truth is over there. Okay, the X-Files. That's cool, man. I wish I had an X-Files t-shirt. I never was that cool. But I can't see the thing that you talked about, Ramsey Snow. At least not in the UFO and conspiracy group room. There was a double-sided 3.52. Yeah, well, and then so it was the flat floppy disks. Then it was the 3.5, right? The 3.5 floppy disks. Those are the ones that lasted the longest, right? They were in use forever. They were used on PC. They basically were the standard. That's how they looked. And here you see the kind of the evolution, right? So the giant one. Before that would be the card with the hole punched into them. Then it leads to this one, and then the floppy disk. And then there was this thing that nobody remembers anymore that was called a zip disk. Yeah, that's right. You would buy a zip drive, okay, an I-Omega zip drive, and you would buy zip floppy disks. Okay, they look like this. They're slightly thicker, and they hold... Now, strap yourself in for this one, okay? 100 megabytes. Nobody could ever create anything that is bigger than 100 megabytes, okay? So that was revolutionary. Here were the zip disks doing 100 megabytes. Absolutely game-changing stuff. I never had a zip drive, but a lot of people did. Some people did. I think they had like 70 megabytes, says Joshua B. Was it? Let's find this out. How much data holds a zip disk? Let's see. About 100 megabytes. Okay. The zip disk, about 100 megabytes. Storage eventually included 250 and 750 megabytes. Okay, maybe it was 70. It says about 100, so I'm not... But it was roughly 100. And then, obviously, from the zip disks came the CDs, right? The CD-ROM. That was the next thing. Everyone had a CD-ROM, so you could... And that was like 700 megabytes, roughly. And like 650, 750 megabytes. Laser disc, motherfucker, says Joshua B. That's right. It feels so 90s now. We really thought that would be the big thing. The last 2 generations of my computers already don't have disk drives anymore because I didn't need it. So it's like I've been disk drive free for 12 years now or something like that. A long time. Yeah, maybe not that long. 10 years, 10 years, something like this. But yeah, CD-ROMs, and then obviously DVDs, and then, you know, then the Blu-rays, and yeah. But that's where it comes from. There you go. It's all about education, okay? This is an education channel. You guys know it. You guys love it. All right. Listen, we're doing one more story, and then we're moving over into the after party. Yes. And you guys know it. People like Josh B, for example, know it, because he's a member on the channel. $4.99 a month. You get all the streams on demand, ad-free, okay? You get exclusive vlogs from me. You get exclusive cooking videos showing you how I make monkey burgers. You get an extra channel over on the Discord just for YouTube members. and you get access to the after party streams we do after these streams, where I get even more drunk, okay? So if you want to experience that, and I wouldn't know why anyone would, but become a member. It's $4.99 a month, okay? And it supports me, and it makes a big difference, keeps the lights on, and it gives you access to the after party. So we're doing one more little segment that I want to share with you guys, and then we're moving over, okay? That's what's gonna happen. Sarah Jones says, Laserdisc was analog. The pits of the desk recreated the analog. So, do you guys know this? The analog TV signal. Yeah, fair point. Did you guys know that there's this movie disc format? Let me see if I can find it. Look at this. It's called Laserdisc. Were you guys familiar with this? I mean, some of you guys definitely know, but until recently I didn't even know this. These are huge, huge, huge discs, right? Look, this is a Laserdisc next to a CD. That's insane. It's the size of a vinyl, basically. It's a vinyl record-sized CD. And it is a thing. Let me see if I can find Laserdisc. If I can find like a quick, simple video that shows a 30-minute video. Bro, stretching this out for 30 minutes, man. I just want to see the freaking huge CD going into that thing. You know, why would you do this? Okay, I guess he's fixing one or something. Okay, just show it to me. Just show me. Wait. Just need to find. It's probably in the end, right after he's fixed it, he's gonna show it. There it is. There it is, I think. Look at that. Look at that huge, humongous thing. Oh my god. Like the whole house is shaking. And there it goes, man. And it rotates at an insane speed. If it would come out of that fixture, it slits your head in half, dude. Straight through, you know, that just chops you in half. So this was like a movie format. They would sell movies on these, right? And I've never seen one in real life. I do not know where you find this stuff, but it's extremely cool. Okay, so there's a Westlife song music video on this one. So very cool. Bit of a curiosity in that field. Smartphone crushed a lot of technology. MP3 players, rest in peace, says Hector. True. I agree. No, I know what you mean. It's, yeah. But look, man. Here's my attitude towards all this stuff. Well, also like AI and things, right? AI and new software and the example you're giving here, you know, MP3 players die and CDs have died. And, you know, here's the thing, dude. It's again part of this problem that we only live 80 years. We only see a small window of evolution and what's happening with people. Change happens all the time. And, you know, things die, but new things grow. Just because AI is coming doesn't mean it's the end of all work and we all have no work anymore. It's gonna change and shake things up significantly, right? It will certainly do that. But you don't need to worry, man. It's all just evolution. It's just the next thing. And you have to also understand, as you get older, to anything that's new, you will be most likely, with a few exceptions, of course, not everyone, but you will be resilient against this stuff. And you will be like, what the hell is this TikTok thing? I don't even know what the hell. What are these shorts videos? Can the kids not please watch like normal videos? Like, what the hell are these strange YouTubers? Who the hell is Mr. Beast, right? And the older we get, the less connected we are to these changes of evolution. But you have to understand, man, when the book was, invented and suddenly people were able to have books, you heard similar voices. People were like, these kids, they just read these books all the time. They stick their head into these fantasy worlds. It's not even the real world. They can't even connect to the real world anymore, right? This is an ongoing narrative of people getting older, and everything we see at the moment, whether it's like kids overusing technology, I understand. It's many things are a first. We're going through this for the first time to an extent. But a lot of it is just normal. It's just evolution. Things changing, and you as an old person, as an older person, get offended by them. And you'll be like, this is not good. Back in my days, we would be, so... Yes, Laserdisc. My dad invested in Laserdisc. Oh my god, Pony Boy. So you've seen Laserdiscs yourself for real? That is really cool, dude. That is so cool, man. Because this is something I've never seen in my life. I would have loved to see it. Also, how the picture quality is, right? Like, how does it actually look? Be curious to see. It's valuable. Oh yeah. Let's see how much that costs. Let me Google this real quick. Laserdisc on eBay. Let's see if we can find like a functioning player or something. What is this here? What is this? It's rare, right? That's the thing. Like, you don't find it much anymore. Vintage movie collection of old... These are not expensive. It seems like 27 movies for $90. That would be 27 of these giant discs, I guess. Laserdisc player. I want a player. I want to buy this thing. So there's a few. Pioneer Laserdisc. But does it work is the big question, right? Hold on. I have to make sure I'm not doxing my name. So there are certain things here that you can buy on eBay. I don't know if it's going to go for 270. It's probably going to go for more, right? This is just the auction price. If it works, looks really neat, dude. I kind of like it. Let's watch this movie. And you're like lifting this huge disc into this player. That's cool. It's cool shit. So there you go. For 270, it seems like this can be yours. I chucked one in the skip, says Roland. No, Roland. Not the Laserdisc player. Yes, before DVD was Laserdisc. Exactly, it was the bridge thing between CD and DVD. For a short time, very short time. There won't be a single call-in, says Anonym. Well, what can I do? If nobody wants to talk to me, it's written up here. Call me. Discord. Talk to me on the Discord. I'll bring you on now. Right now. John Doe. Good to see you, my man. Happy Saturday. Glad you're here. 480 DPI. Was that the resolution? No. No. Let me see. Resolution. That 480? You gotta be kidding me. Laserdisc offered horizontal resolution of 440 television lines. This was significantly higher than VHS and Betamax, which had around 240, but that's still insanely bad. That's still really bad from today's standard. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, so so it must have looked terrible. But then again, you know, VHS looked terrible and we loved it. So what can we say? Sarah Jones says, Laserdisc, the picture is as good as TV with excellent signal. Right. Until it gets scratched and it starts making marks across the screen. The Quasar and Liverpool's Pleasure Island for them for instructions. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the problem, right? With any physical data, it always scratches. You borrow it someone, you get it back, and you get it back in a bad state. And that's always the problem, right? This can't happen. Like, if I have my Steam library, sure, Steam can shut down one day. That is always a possibility. But, like, the games in my Steam library, they will be there forever. And they don't scratch or break. As long as I don't lose the login details or get hacked. Dinkum Ozzy says, fun fact, in the movie Back to the Future, packs of laser discs were thrown in the trash in the future. Oh, no. Is that so? God damn it. Spielberg saw it. He saw it coming, man. He saw those giant laser discs. He was like, that's ridiculous. That's never going to become a thing. And he was right, dude. I mean, now we're all on like SIM cards, you know, or like tiny little data, 20 gigabyte data chips that are just very, very small. James Smith. I'm pretty sure I got Dragon's Lair and Space Ace on Pirate Bay like 10 years ago. I have them on disc now. It's so satisfying to play without paying 50 cents. 50 cents in the 80s was like $2. That is true. That is true. Dragon's Lair and Space Ace. Yeah, nice. I mean, to be honest with you, I think you can get games like this on GOG, right? Like good old games. I don't have an account, but a lot of people use it for exactly that. You know, you want to play Command and Conquer, or you want to play any of these old school games. That's the place where you can get them, and they make them run on new machines and all that. So it's good old games. And if it's £2, you know, it might be worth it. Support the guys who made it. All right, let's do one more segment, okay? Just let me highlight my merch one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Merch is live, link in the description, okay? go get yourself a beautiful tee like this one or a disclosure tee. We have many tees for boys and girls. Merch in the description. But we talked about computers. We talked about Billy Meyer. We talked about discs, plates being thrown through the air. I want to talk to you guys as a final segment tonight about Uri Geller, okay? And Uri Geller is coming back. Uri Geller has been gone for a long time. I don't know where he went or what he did, but he has been gone. But now, ladies and gentlemen, Uri Geller is back in the limelight, okay? And he gives these interviews. I mean, this is from uploaded 1 year ago, so it's fairly recent. And in this interview, Uri Geller he's kind of angry. I'm not gonna lie. He's an angry person. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think it's because people don't take his UFO thing very serious for some reason. And he gets very upset and he holds up a lot of pictures. I've only watched about like a minute of this 10-minute video. I don't know how long we're gonna watch it, but it is somewhat hilarious because he gets very, very angry and emotional about people not being serious about his UFOs. Okay, let's take a look.
Important things, or the most important thing of the day, onto the spotlight. They're coming, they're here, and by they, of course, I mean aliens. NASA holding a first public meeting on UFOs, so why now? What are they saying? And more importantly,
again, the core mistake, right? Notice the core mistake. They're like, oh, you know, NASA holding a meeting on UFOs, so aliens. It's like, no, these are two very different things. If you talk about UFOs, you talk about all things that don't know what they are in the sky. And if you talk about aliens, that's extraterrestrial intelligent life hovering around our airspace. Two different things. And if NASA says we're talking about UFOs, it doesn't mean the latter, okay?
Most importantly, what aren't they saying? The glorious mystifier Uri Geller here in studio in the flesh. Thank you so very much, Mr. Geller.
There he is,
for
the
coming
original,
on the show.
the
We
one,
really
the only.
appreciate it. So
Uri
let's
Geller
start
with two Coca-Cola bottoms in front of his eyes. I don't know. He's not young anymore. I think he's 77, okay? I believe he's 77, so Uri Geller is holding up. You know what I mean? He's doing the Uri Geller thing. I don't know why he's back. He's been gone for a long time, and we had a great time while he was gone. It seems like he's back.
With the basics. The U.S. government is dubbing it unidentified aerial phenomena. What?
Well, look,
What's the question here? Like, it's like the unidentified phenomenon. What? That's the question. That's the question she asks. Let's just go back and listen to this, because she's asking she's really, really good at asking questions.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah.
What?
Well, look, I do not believe what they said yesterday. I mean, it's my opinion.
Yep.
I don't want to use the foul word, but I'm angry. And I'm angry because
he's angry.
They are here. There is footage of UFOs. You can hear pilots, and this was released not long ago by the Pentagon. You can hear pilots screaming in their cockpit, "Oh my gosh, what is this?" And many of these films are out there. We are being visited. Now, I'm not sure that every craft has an alien inside it,
okay,
but they're probes and they're not from here. Now, why don't I believe them? And I'll tell you, and I'll run you through a series of photographs.
Okay.
And I'll show you evidence, because I've seen things with my own eyes that blew my mind. So,
okay, first of all, little pause here. Some people were saying, damn, Uri Geller got old. True, he did. Okay, he's not the young 1970s fuckboy anymore that keeps the top 4 buttons of his shirt open. Okay, so the girls can absolutely not resist. He's now an old man. He still keeps the buttons open, okay, a little bit, but it's just not the same anymore. But the other thing is, like, he's very agitated. He's very angry. Right? He's not pleased. He's not pleased about this whole thing, that people don't take these UFOs serious. Beanie says, I think he was accidentally listening in on Channel 4 showing the showing of Astronaut's wife. Okay, that might be it, actually. Why fools? I remember the first Space Invaders machine. I played that too, actually, funny enough. Dinko Morsey says, he needs to go hang out with MJ and bend some spoons. He's done that for a long time. I think he's past that now. But let's see. He's angry. He's agitated. He's going to prove everything's true because he said he's got evidence, right? You guys heard it? He's got evidence. So let's get ready for that.
Let's go.
Werner von Braun was a Nazi, He was brought to America by Kennedy. That's him in Germany, because he was a genius, a rocket genius. He built a V2 that flew from Germany, fell in London.
Okay.
They used Dr. Werner von Braun's brain to get the astronauts on the moon. Without him, there would be no moon landing.
No Neil Armstrong.
Edgar Mitchell,
Yeah.
who came to convince
Dan Lazaro with the 2 US. I appreciate it. You know the subject is BS when Uri Geller joins the grift, right? That's exactly right. But look how angry and agitated he is. And he's really becoming the, the conspiracy meme. He's like, okay, so Werner von Braun, he was a Nazi, right? And this, look, I'm just connecting the dots here, bro. Come on, man. It's evidence.
me to leave Israel through CIA contacts, tells me, Uri, Dr. Werner von Braun wants to meet with you. I say, okay, but I'm Israeli, I'm Jewish.
Yeah.
He was
Not his cup of tea.
But my curiosity.
Dr. Werner von Braun is like this strict Nazi. Here he wants to meet a Jew. The lady's like, it's not a cup of tea, is it? That wasn't the cup of tea of the Nazis. That they meet Jews, right? It's not his cup of tea. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't know who this host is. If she's like the daughter of some big director or someone who got to snatch this job up because she already fucked up the beginning. Who's this woman, bro?
Killed me. I said, let's go. He takes me. Mitchell takes me.
So this is true. Okay, this is correct. That Uri Geller did meet Werner von Braun, and he did meet a few other people of that time, of the UFO phenomenon. So that's a true story. There's photographic evidence. I've seen this before. And that was in part something else I wanted to talk about tonight. There was a high beeping noise outside right now. And that's kind of the whole remote viewing and CIA 1970s connection. I wanted to talk about, and actually would have been made a perfect segment now from this Uri Geller thing. But probably we're going to move that to the next stream or do it another time. But yeah, let's keep watching this video.
Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon, takes me to a secret NASA base. I have my little Minox camera, which was given to me by the CIA. I give it to my brother-in-law and I say, take a photograph because nobody will believe me. This is, I mean, it's a hard to see.
We can see.
That's Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man on the moon. Werner von Braun, CIA man, and me.
I knew.
Okay, so this is, as he says, this is correct. This is true. This really happened. They met. There are other photos. I don't know why he chose this particular one, but there are other photos, so he met them. So here, what you have to understand for this, and I'm not going to go into this too much, but in that time when this was taken, like the 1970s, maybe early 80s or something, the CIA was obviously conducting experiments with like remote viewing, mind control, right? They were looking into this, and it's actually funny enough, it all comes back to the Russians because, and again, I'm going to cover this in a separate segment. Basically, the US reconnaissance, the research that the US did, obviously Cold War, right, on the Russians at the time revealed that the Russians they're pumping like at the time crazy amount of money, like $90 million into this parapsychology program, and the Americans were like, hold on a freaking second. They're pumping 90 million into parapsychology. Maybe they found something that we haven't found, right? The Russians. So America started to pump more money into that. And in that vein of that effort of being like, we need to find out whatever the Russians known. Now we kind of know nobody knew anything, but people were like investigating it. But so they brought in people like Uri Geller. They were like, let's bring fucking Uri Geller in. He has been known to know what the guy in the next room thinks and whatever. Let's do a bunch of experiments. So here's Werner von Braun and, a few other people meeting with Uri Geller. So that's why this happened. That's why they brought him in, because in that time there was a genuine interest in getting people like him on board. These whatever people hope would be like psychic mediums, and then utilize them for military purposes, right?
Mm-hmm. 6 months on the moon. Werner von Braun, CIA man, and me.
I knew.
Werner pulls out a little piece of metal from his pocket. You can see him. He's showing it to me, and he says to me, Uri, touch this. Tell me what you feel. I touch it, and I say to him, Werner, I don't think this is from here. He says, you're right.
A little piece of metal, he touches it. This metal, which is clearly metal, is not. That doesn't feel like it's from here, is it? Wow. He said it to Werner von Braun.
Follow me. He takes me to this room in the back.
Okay.
That's his personal office. In the room, there is a safe. He bends down and opens the safe.
The camera can barely follow Uri Geller because he's like, listen, okay? So he takes this, he shows me the photo. Okay, have you seen the photo? Okay, so he shows me the photo. Then he takes me to the room, right? Do you see this? There's the room. Do you see the room? Okay, so, and he's like, it's like, calm the fuck down, bro. Like, calm down. This is great. I'm happy you're so enthusiastic about this. But like, calm your tits down, bro. Okay, like, you're old. You shouldn't be getting that agitated about a little UFO story where you met Werner von Braun. I would even imagine that at this point he told the story 100 times to different people, right? It's kind of a nice cocktail party story, how he met Werner von Braun. So why is he still getting so upset about this? I don't understand, but he's very angry.
And inside the safe, I see a piece of metal. I've never seen such a color before. It looked like it was almost breathing. He pulls it out. It's not heavy. He says, oh.
Sorry. But I love how he's going like, so he opens the safe or whatever, and there's a metal inside that I'd never seen before. I had never seen a color like this before. So he goes from like, it's a metal. Everyone imagines like a piece of aluminium. It's like, how would you differentiate that is the color? So it's a special color. It almost looks like breathing. What? The metal lays in the safe of this guy and breathes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like, I don't know, but it sounds like he's making it up on the spot.
Okay, now Uri,
maybe not making it up, but he's like wildly exaggerating it, right? He's like, maybe he showed him a piece of metal. He's wildly exaggerating it.
He pulls it out. It's not heavy. He says, okay, now Uri, put your hand on it, touch it, put the palm of your hand, tell me what you feel now. And I place my hand on the piece of metal and I tell him, this is definitely not from Earth. And he says to me, Uri, you're right. This is a piece of a UFO that crashed on our planet. Now, hang on. This is a different ballgame altogether. I always believed in extraterrestrials. I went to see movies in Israel when I was a kid about UFOs landing. But this is coming from the mouth of Dr. Werner von Braun, who put the Americans on the moon. But this is not the end of the story. Then he tells me, come with me. He takes me out to this parking lot.
This is the famous photo, yeah. So this photo I had seen many times as well. This is kind of, yeah. So it is true that he met all these people. That's why, I mean, he's probably exaggerating this story, but yeah. So the question is like, so let's assume this is true for a second, right? So Werner von Braun takes Uri Geller. Again, in Werner von Braun's head, they're like, the Russians spent huge amounts of money on parapsychological research. Maybe they know something we don't, okay? We need to look into this. We can't afford to miss out on this thing, whatever it is. You could have like a parapsychological warfare weapon that messes with people's brains, like some kind of LSD thing, and it just makes your soldiers completely unusable, whatever they figured out. So they're like, let's bring in Uri Geller. Okay, so here he is now. So now put yourself in the shoes of Werner von Braun. It could have been a test. It could have been a test that he shows him this metal and he's like, touch this metal. What do you feel, right? And basically, it's just metal. It's like scrap metal from a plane. Like a rare material, not something you see every day, but also nothing extraterrestrial. So they're like, and Uri Geller touches the metal and he's like, oh, this is definitely not from here, right? And Werner von Braun is like, okay, cool. So yeah, he failed the test. If he would have touched it and said like, yeah, that's like, what is this? Piece of a plane? He'd be like, okay. So I don't know why he showed him the metal, right? Let's assume that's true. I don't know, maybe he's making it up, but let's assume it's true. Why did Werner von Braun show him the metal? Is anyone's guess. Don't be touching unknown objects in the back room, says Carolyn Kasner. Good general rule for life right there. Thanks, Carolyn, for adding that. It's a really good point. Wiener, Roland, very good contributions in chat here right now. Eternal Fall, good to see you. Imagine it was just aluminium from a Coke. Yeah, he just smoked like he just based some Coke or whatever people do with this aluminium foil. And he's like, touch this, this is extraterrestrial, like trying to wiggle his way out of smoking crack. That's probably what happened. True. Chat's gone completely horny. God damn it. Is that what's going on? Fuck. I hate when that happens. Why waifus? Yuri has a worldwide celebrity, worldwide celebrity back then. He was huge. Yuri Geller was huge at that time. But I think it is somewhat understandable that they bring in Yuri Geller in the context of what I just described. It is somewhat understandable that they may show him a medal, right? Whatever that was, whether it was a test. Maybe it was something they found from an adversary force, who knows. But so far, there's nothing here where I'm like, oh my God, that's unbelievable. It does make sense, in the bigger picture of the CIA doing these experiments with remote viewing and stuff in the 70s, so...
Parking lot next to his office. He puts me in his limo, a driver. Yeah. He says, sit next to me. He tells the driver, drive. We come to a huge concrete building, nothing written on it. Soldier opens us a door. He takes me down to the belly of the building. We descend 3 flights. He puts an Antarctica, NASA Antarctica warm coat. He puts one on, I put one on, and he leads me into a refrigerator room. When he opens the door and I enter that refrigerator, it's massive.
Okay.
I faint.
Oy.
What I saw there. And there are red lines, because of my contact with certain agencies, I'm simply not allowed to talk about it. But hey, come on. Of course they're aliens. That's my story.
But okay, first of all, what?
So wait a second. He got a bit wishy-washy there, right? As they were descending. So he said they went into this concrete building, 3 flights under the ground. He put on these coats, like winter coats. Previously he was wearing a t-shirt in that photo. But then he doesn't say there were aliens. He's like, I can't talk about it, but of course they're aliens, so...
One on, and he leads me into a refrigerator room. When he opens the door and I enter that refrigerator, it's massive.
Okay.
I faint.
Oy.
What I saw there. And there are red lines, because of my contact with certain agencies.
So he doesn't say what he saw there, right? He's just said, I fainted from what I saw there.
I'm simply not allowed to talk about it. But hey, come on. Of course they're aliens. That's my story.
But okay.
Mercury Red says, welcome by the way, my friend. Good to have you. Smash like button. I'm drinking to you. Okay. And he says, anyone think that an alien invasion will come from the sea rather than the sky/space? You can look up and see up in the sky, up into the edge of the atmosphere, but look into the sea. How far can you see? You can see nothing. Well, to be honest with you, Mercury Red, I'm sorry to break it to you, but the alien invasion is not coming. I know that may come as a disappointment, but it's probably not gonna happen, okay? So don't wait for it. Don't bet on it. There's no alien invasion, okay? But what's definitely gonna come is some kind of next whistleblower. It's some kind of new video that Ross Coulthard or Jeremy Corbell or someone else, Dr. Stephen Greer releases. That will definitely come, 100% confirmed. Disclosure or any form of actual valuable insight or invasion will not happen, Mercury Red. It's not what this phenomenon is about. This phenomenon is all about making money on stories. Mercury Red also says, and the Tic Tacs, etc., coming from the sea, I'm thinking of what if rather than when. Well, if it happens, we're going to have to deal with it. I mean, that's why companies do these war exercises, right? Hypothetical war exercises like the Immaculate Constellation document that deals with the hypothetical invasion of aliens. So you have a plan, right? Like you have a structure in hand that you can open a folder that if something like that would happen, in the unlikely scenario, the Tic Tacs attack from the sea or the sky, whatever, here's your example. You open the folder. I just don't think it's going to happen. To be honest with you, from what I've seen, there are not many Tic Tacs and sea-related UFO stories. There's a few, right? There's famously the Commander Fravor story, where he witnessed Tic Tacs and they are zipping around and they almost connected to another object that seemed to be just under the surface of the water. That's all very mysterious, but to be honest, these stories are very far in between. Is that what the word is? And you don't get them very often. And the truth is also, they're mostly based on trust me bro stuff. So they claim, yeah, I saw it and all that. I read an article in a previous stream that talked about how there are examples of pilots, jet pilots specifically, because they are exposed to higher G-forces and more extreme conditions, how jet pilots specifically can have hallucinations, see things that are not there, describe things that they believe to see. There's like a whole library of examples like that. It's a pretty common phenomenon within the world of jet piloting and stuff, that this can happen. There are other examples. For example, the Fravor told a quite different story from what happened from his co-pilot. Those two guys were obviously in the plane together. They claim different stories. It's not identical as you would think it may be. So that's a thing. And there's a few other points, like for example that in the Joe Rogan podcast, Commander Fravor spoke about faking UFO sightings in the desert, where they would be stealth flying and then they would see these kids doing whatever, desert RV sessions, parties somewhere in the desert, and then they would fly over them and switch on the afterburner, and suddenly from stealth mode, very quiet, it goes to extremely loud, fireball ascending up into the sky. If you're down in that little RV camp as a teenager doing freaking ayahuasca and you look up, dude, you think you're gonna have seen an alien. And that's what he wanted, that's what he said in the Joe Rogan interview, that he was trying to do that sometimes just for the fun of it, just for the fun, faking a UFO sighting, why not? So there's a few indicators, and like, I can't disprove what Commander Fravor says is right or wrong, but it's, in the bigger picture, I think it kind of falls apart. Cheers for responding to the topic. It's really interesting. I live near Manchester Airport in the UK. I was rather quiet about this fear last year. Man, news didn't bring it up, which is strange. Yeah, because like it was a non-story, to be honest with you. You have to understand, these kinds of spheres, like these kind of stories, like the sphere in Manchester Airport, I spoke about it on the channel. But the truth is, the majority of the public never hears about these stories. It is stories that the UFO scene feeds to itself. Okay, like there's a certain bubble of UFO people who are interested in this kind of story, and they will click it. They go to sites where you see it. They go to channels like mine. They view these videos and they're like, oh, interesting, the sphere in Manchester. But the wider public, like, I mean, let's be honest, most probably it was either photoshopped or it was like some kind of balloon or some ball that escaped from some luggage or something stupid like that, and it's bouncing over the airfield. So it's basically a non-story. I don't think there's anything to it. So Scott Brownie says, or Scott Brown, maybe don't pronounce the E. Ufology, 5% reality, 95% money-making BS. I would even BS 100%, dude. I've looked at it for so long. I don't believe any of it anymore. I think it's all nonsense, in my opinion. Of course, coats from Antarctica or that say Antarctica, says Pony Boy. They just wear really thin coats that say Antarctica. They needed to wear those as they went into this giant fridge. But let's keep listening to what Uri Geller has to say in the end of the segment.
First of all, wow.
Wow.
Two questions, Uri, Mr. Geller.
Uri.
No, I'm blown away. First.
He didn't say anything that would be like revolutionary. He said nothing. He just said what everyone already knew, that he met Werner von Braun, and he, he just claimed that he saw aliens there. Okay, I guess that's like maybe she hadn't heard that one before, but.
Why are they hiding it? B, why do aliens care about us?
Oh, let's start with the aliens caring about us, because this is a beautiful planet. It's
it doesn't feel.
Yeah, well, no, I don't.
It's like, I don't know. It sucks for me. Maybe you find it beautiful, but I mean, my life sucks. I just want to put that out there.
The surface, but hidden under the seas, billions of tons of.
Are there human-like? They're us-ish?
Look, let's go back and look at how many people have seen UFOs. Millions. How many people have seen extraterrestrials?
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands. You cannot say that they're all lying. No way. You know what? Cut everything in half. Say 50 of them are just hallucinating. Exactly. What about the other 50? Let's cut that in half.
Liars. Yeah.
Making up. But there are those who really have.
So why? Why not tell us?
There are reasons. I can't go there, but there are certain reasons.
I can't go there. That's really why. Why not just tell us? And they've been knowing for 70 years. Yeah, I can't really go there. That's difficult. That's a difficult subject to talk about. Yeah. It's not going great here for Uri Geller. I'm not gonna lie. It's not good.
There is a technology that we are examining from a crashed UFO. You know,
and I spoke about this before, right? Because I'm very fascinated by this as well, because he's making a point. He is not wrong. There are hundreds of pilots who say, I saw a thing I can't explain, at least. I don't know what it was. I'm not saying it's aliens, but I saw a thing that was strange. There are other people who claim to have seen things, right? It's not that they're all idiots or they're all hallucinating. But I spoke about this before. My theory on this is, going all the way back to the mid-1940s, the early sightings, Kenneth Arnold. We spoke about another early sighting in last Thursday's stream. That was even a few weeks earlier, allegedly, of Kenneth Arnold, right? Him mentioning the flying saucers. That captivating people. Roswell, right? They caught the flying saucer. Whether it's true or not, it's a different question, but that's part of that narrative. They caught one of these saucer-shaped things. I think it captivated the collectivism, the collective mind of humans to such a powerful level that it ingrained and burned itself within a fairly short amount of time in our pop culture. Okay, so keep in mind, this is the 1950s. Alex Gutzi with the 5. I appreciate it. Sending 5 before my wife finds out. Yeah, please, don't let her know. I don't want to get in trouble with your wife, dude. That sounds like a worst case scenario. I'm sure she's lovely, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to be in trouble with her. So thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Pouring myself another glass. Almost finished my wine there. So excuse me if I'm slurring. Cheers. Appreciate it, Alex. So, Kenneth Arnold, the Foo Fighters, early UFO sightings, Roswell, right? The 1940s, going into the 50s, going into the 60s, the trippy times, everyone's starting to try LSD, everyone's exploring drugs, right? That's another thing. People become receptive to these narratives, and here's this is how aliens visit Earths in these discs, right? And it's saucers, and it becomes this thing. Then Close Encounters, Spielberg makes the Close Encounters movie, right? We have Bob Lazar in the middle there, right? And it almost becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy. And we have spoken about cases in the past before, countless cases, many, where pilots, like this famous Japan Air UFO, I covered that in the previous live stream, where pilots have misidentified objects and took them for something larger than it actually is. It's not. It's just something very explainable, from planets to blimps to zeppelins to many other different things. It can be explained, but even pilots misread them. So when Uri Geller, in an example like this says, well, you know that, and there are hundreds of pilots, they can't all be lying. True, I believe you that not all of them are lying, but let's say you have 100 pilots who say I saw something, right? From those 100 pilots, 25 lie, okay? They just do. Maybe they saw something, maybe they were bored, maybe they just want some attention. Okay, maybe let it be 15 who lie, okay, out of the 100. Okay, so now you have whatever it is, 85 left. Some of them misidentify stuff. Some of them misread it. There are so many options, right? I'm not saying they are lying, but pilots are not automatically a source of ultimate truth. Pilots also make mistakes, and pilots misidentify things that they see. So him here, like, these pilots are not lying. Yeah, they're not lying, but it doesn't mean aliens, bro. Not at all. Not even close. You know what I mean? I mean, he talks about him having seen aliens. Obviously, I can't debunk that. If Werner von Braun took him to some kind of secret basement and showed him aliens, okay. He says he did. I say he probably didn't. That's my feeling, but I can't prove that. He obviously can't prove it, vice versa, so...
Everything is about arm race, who is going to be the first, who is going to be more powerful, and UFO technology is unbelievable. I mean, those UFOs that the pilots filmed from their cockpits, and you hear the pilots scream, oh my God, what is this? It's flying in such speed. We don't have that technology. We want to know about this technology. We want to harness it and use it. Now, that is the story.
Yeah.
Russians know about it. Chinese knows about it. Too many.
So all the humanity's biggest enemies, China, U.S., Russia, fighting one another, they're all, I wouldn't say colluding, but they're all in the mix of this secret and preventing this knowledge from us.
Exactly.
Right. I love this. Actually, okay, giving props to her now. And by the way, someone said, oh yeah, I love her hair. I love her hair too. She's got a very erotic thing about her going on. I don't know what it is, but she's pure sex. Okay, I'm just saying it right now. That's what it is. Probably not much more than that, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so she's making a good point here, though, right? She's like, so you're saying all these governments, right? The Chinese, because Uri Geller mentioned them, the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, some European countries, all these big countries, India, they're all colluding with secret agreements or something to not share this technology with us. And he's like, exactly.
Knowledge from us.
Exactly. Now,
exactly.
If these aliens were bad and they're out there to destroy us, we would have been wiped out a long time ago. Yeah. But they're positive. I think there will be contact. If I would have to put a time frame on it, I would say in the coming 15, 20 years, there will be contact, open contact. There will be aliens. They will land somewhere. I hope they land on the White House lawn or somewhere in the Louvre in Paris. But there will
to make a big entrance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge believer. And so many hundreds of millions of people do believe that aliens exist. It would be stupid from us not to believe.
Diana Troy from Star Trek Next Generation. You're right. I know what you mean, Dinkum Aussie. I'm with you there, dude. She has that vibe. She's probably also like from Cyprus or Greece or something. I think that's where she's from, right? Marina Sirtis is her name. But you're right. The hair, she has that vibe to her. And Marina Sirtis, Next Generation, early seasons, also pure sex. Okay? Pure sex. It's nothing you can do. You know, it's too sexy. It's too much.
Or are we the only ones in the massive universe? Of course not. If we were, what a waste of space. Of course there are aliens, and they're probing us.
So they're probing us. How he sneaks that in there. And they're probing us, bro, into my ass. Do you want me to go into detail about that? I can go into as much detail as you want. So they open my ass, and she's like, no, thank you. It's okay. Let's talk about, quick, something else. No, my ass. So I'm going to, no, wait, just wait. We're moving on. So what do they want, the aliens? Well, my ass. I'm going to like, and then he just like, Uri Geller really wants to explain his ass stories there. That's how I imagine this interview ending. But
should we be fearful of aliens or of governments?
Well, of course, of governments.
Should we be fearful of aliens or governments? Because one thing is for sure. I have to be fearful of something. I gotta be scared of something. What am I supposed to be scared of now? Governments? Or aliens? Or you, Uri Geller, in the changing room in the backstage? What should I be scared of, Uri Geller? Please, tell me.
Aliens.
Goes without saying.
I don't want to go into conspiracy theories, but there are theories also that the aliens are actually the crafts hovering over nuclear plants. Just Google it. You'll find a UFO photographed over a nuclear plant. Why? I have a feeling that they're stopping wars. They are controlling what's happening around the world from the point of nuclear weapons. Yeah. And wow.
Uriel, we need to conclude, but before we let you go, I really must ask: is it a burden to carry knowledge?
Uri Geller, is it a burden for you? Is it how hard is it for you, Uri Geller, in your giant mansion? I can quickly show you where Uri Geller lives. Uri Geller's house. Okay, so this is Uri Geller's house. Okay, just so you know, how big is the burden for you, Uri Geller, to carry this incredible knowledge that you're carrying, like this burden on your life. He's got a Cadillac with both bent spoons on it? Because, I mean, if you got that much money, what else would you going to spend it on, right? But the burden for you, Uri Geller, how big is it? It must be tough to carry that level of knowledge. Poor Uri Geller, you know what I mean? Poor Uri Geller. It's, yeah.
Such, or is it a blessing?
Oh, definitely a blessing. I've seen things, I know things, I'm in touch with certain agencies.
And now you can just cruise.
And when we go out, you'll find a spoon, I'll bend it for you without my mind, and you'll see it's real.
Well, best day ever, no doubt about that. Uri Geller, Mystifier, thank you so very much for this truly mesmerizing conversation. Thank you so very much. And all right, guys, on that note, this is all the time we have for today for this week.
Okay, cool. I don't know who hired her. But also, I like to point out that in the beginning, when they introduce him, Where is it? The little name tag that he's got, because they call him, I don't want to say it. Okay, give me a second. Here, Mystifier. He's not a magician. He's not a I don't know, remote reader. He's not a medium, right? None of these things. He is a mystifier. What do you do exactly? Like a water mystifier you put in your room that turns water into mist? Is it that? Oh no, it's with a Y. So I guess he mystifies things. You give him something that's perfectly explainable, and then he just mystifies it. I think, to be honest, I think he's doing a pretty good job at that. So there you go. He's mystifying. She's doing her thing. Yeah, that's true, Pony Boy. You're absolutely correct, dude. She's certainly doing her thing, dude.
Place, different outlooks, of course, and until then, keep your eyes and minds open, please, and most important, your heart beating as much as possible. Have a wonderful night, an even greater weekend. Thank you so very much for watching. Ciao.
Ciao. Oh, mamma mia. Damn. Okay, she's hot. I'm not going to lie. She's hot because she can afford to keep the top 4 buttons of her shirt open. You know what I mean? She's not even showing cleavage. She's not getting slutty and cheap over here. But she's keeping those buttons open just to let you know that you're missing out. You're missing out on that shit because that piece of the pie, you're not getting. You're not getting it. Maybe Uri Geller got it. I doubt he wants it. But that's just me. So, yeah, that's basically the Uri Geller segment. And it's funny because there's a whole bunch of comments underneath. I just want to do this. Let's fly through the comments real quick because those are freaking hilarious. Because normally, if you see a post like this on Reddit or whatever, people get very skeptical, right? People are like, yeah, shut the fuck up, Uri Geller. You know what I mean? Randy already, what was his name? James Randi already debunked you 15 years, 20, 30 years ago. You know, dude, you're a fraud. So people are taking it apart, but not here, not on YouTube, because obviously people find this video because this is not like on a UFO channel or anything. This is like, I don't know, some guy uploading it, but like it's a news post. So people are searching for Uri Geller. They're probably fans, so they're much more on his side. That was awesome. Uri Geller still looks and behaves so young. He's so young in his mind. That is true. He got very upset for a 77-year-old man. On June 20th, 1945, blah, 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 approved the transfer of Werner von Braun and especially the office, announced, Uri Geller makes a lot of sense to me. The Earth is a place where ETs can prepare their ships and study human apes. I've seen their craft many times, but never met one as far as I know. 100% accurate assessment. Okay, guys, 100% aliens confirmed. This dude is freaking 77. Awesome. Agree with every word Uri says. Wonderful. Chris Bledsoe said the same. NASA pieces of metal touch them and symbiosis. Okay, so yeah, there's other claims I spoke about in the past of people claiming they saw UFOs that were living beings or a living organism. You touch it, becomes a symbiosis between you and the craft, right? That's what they're referencing here. Absolute tosh. It's amazing what people will create to get people to think there's more to life than just boring, mundane life itself. Okay, so he's taking it apart. He's a showman, but don't buy his snake oil. Fair enough. They set a nuclear countdown off once as well. I saw, and those smelling like sulfur didn't sound too good. Most craft you see are man-made, reverse-engineered from crash. All right, so she really knows whatever this is. Everyone has their opinion. Everyone has their thing that they want to say. He is pure evil, says this guy. Uri Geller is the devil. Jesus Christ, man. Calm down. That's very dark. He wasn't brought by Kennedy, and we never went to the moon. Okay, we never went to the moon. So everyone has their little conspiracy theory down here and take on the situation of Uri Geller. So it's pretty funny, man. It's just funny how Uri Geller gets so upset and agitated and angrily presents like little images that he printed out of UFOs. And ultimately, again, he has no evidence whatsoever. The best thing that he said was like, there's lots of pilots who have stories. You know, it's like, okay, cool, sure. I agree with that. There's a bunch of pilots who have stories, but it's kind of it. So, Monkey, you're spoiling us. 4 25 hours. I know. We're going over, but guys, we have to end it now. and that is not YOY a fool's fault, okay? But we have to end it, and we're moving over to the after party. That's right. We're doing a little bit of an after party for members only. That's going to be a separate stream that starts right after this stream. Okay, so this stream will end, and then there will maybe be a 30-second break or something, and then a new stream will start, and that will be members only, and that will be the after party. Okay, so that's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure serving you tonight. We're going to be back for Midweek Madness. You guys unlocked it, so I greatly appreciate that. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I hope you had some fun. If you want to join me for the after party, I would appreciate that. If you're busy with other things, it is what it is. But join the after party. It's coming up right now on the channel. So take it easy. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Join our Discord. Again, the link is in the description. Check out the merch, okay? Merch, how do I show it? There. Merch, also linked in the description. You can go check it out. Get yourself some beautiful Sneezing Monkey disclosure merch. I would appreciate that. Subscribe to the channel. Smash the like before you do anything else, okay? And I see you guys again probably on Thursday. Maybe on Wednesday, but probably on Thursday. If you want to find out and stay up to date with channel updates, join the Discord. Join me on Twitter. The link is in the description there as well. I announce it there every time when I go live. So take it easy. Thank you so much for watching. I see you guys in the next one. And I'm out. Bye, ladies and gentlemen. See you at the after party.